Okay. Hello,
Hi.
everyone. Welcome to the game that we're playing, which is Dungeons and Dragons. Wow, who could have seen this one coming?
Wow, thanks for the welcome.
Um, Before we start, thank you to Sirenscape. Very kind of you to make all these sounds that we can listen to. Wow, and experience D&D in like so many different dimensions. I don't know where this is going. Um, so that's all I need to say. George, Hase-san, would you like to pick up the recap for us?
Sure thing. Emma, I'm using Emma's condensed notes for the first part, and then I'll go into my own. So the start of last session, the battle recommences, but Sai gets hit quite a lot, and he's like, you know what, Karul is just not fucking worth it, and yeets himself out. He's like, I'm out. So after that, after he's gone and the battle is over, and there's still like a demon up in a whirlwind with my demon. We establish that we've been brought to an in-between place between the planes. So it's kind of potentially somewhere between the material plane and the Shadowfell. And we're like, this is probably not a good place to stay, especially if that's where we've been brought. It does take a little bit extra effort to leave than it usually does when we teleport, but we manage it because we do the good magic. So then we head to the dungeons of the Ice Palace, where Zarina has prepared a cell to restrain Karul. We had a few more creative restraints of our own, namely frostbiting limbs. But Slia stops us doing any more permanent damage for now because of the way All Star reacts, which is a little bit like not sure I like where this is going, guys. Cass is disappointed for less murder. The castle is relatively quiet, but a few people remain to welcome the party, including the king and queen. Cass is kind of going to go with Leah away upstairs, but Bran, Neff, and Bluey decide to go meet, and Loran, obviously, go to meet the king and queen. I'm probably going to go to mine now. Where is it? Oh yeah, we have this whole scene where Bluey's like, "Shall I carry you, Loran?" And he's like, "Maybe it's not the best sort of presentation to my in-laws, but we'll go with it." I've literally got Bluey raises Loran up, so you can have
You
the soundtrack
raise
of
me
that in your
up.
head. Me up, I stand on. Anyway, sorry. So Romy asks if he is here, and by he means Carl, and we're like, yes, he's freezing in the dungeon. And then there's a bit of like tense moments when about like the family because the Dehanes are here, and it's a bit like oh drama tense, but there's also like Sealy Court representations, and it's like who's going to be in charge of this proceedings? Is it going to be the rulers of the Messiah? Is it going to be the Sealy Court? And it's like but they're like, come on guys, we all want the same outcome, which is death to Carl, and they kind of reach a bit of a slightly less tense medium. So then Brian reminds Romy that he's going to be a grandfather, and he faints. So he is then taken to a side room by Brian and Loran to get some smelling salts and to sort of reconstitute himself. Unfortunately, where? Oh, I think I've gone too far. Okay, there we go. That leaves Neff, Bluey with Sharp Pistol. And that's sort of, she's pleased that Brian has secret keeping friends with Bluey because Bluey had made the point of having this conversation out of the ears of the courtiers, which is all very good. So Bluey did very well. Then Sharp Pistol asks Neff why she is the way she is, which results in a bit of trouble because Neff decides to ask Jubakari why she is the way she is. And then so I've got a little so we've got Black Wings, which in case Neff and Jubakari looks down at her and he's unhappy about the cold digs. But Neff is like, come on, let's bond. We haven't seen each other for a while. And then they have a conversation about how many people Neff has converted to the Temple of Death, which is maybe one. But she said that she has got a couple of people to sort of like the outfits, but Jubakari is not happy about that. She's like, I don't want to be a fashion subculture. And then we'll call Neff L, but Neff is like, yeah, let's chill. And now she's like, so Jubakari's like, fine, I'm gonna call you anything. Gets very angry. Is like, why did you summon me? And it's like, please never call me again. And it's like,
Stop
Bluey and
calling
Sharpist
me.
are like, what? Stop calling me. I said
Forget
no.
this number.
Sharpist and Bluey are a bit just like, what the fuck? Because they can't see Jubakari, but they just see Neff having a one-sided conversation. But then Neff decides to actually ask Jubakari some things apart from just antagonizing them. So Neff asks Jubakari if they can tell if someone is close to death. But Jubakari's like, they have the knowledge of the dead, they do not cause death. Neff asks if Osha is dead, and Jubakari's like, her soul has been displaced. And I said, that sounds inconvenient. Or maybe Neff said that. Someone said that. But not dead, but in turmoil. Neff asks if Osha's brother is no longer dead. Seems like he lives, mimics life so closely. Yes, he is alive, but he's got no body to speak of. So it seems to be kind of confirming our ideas of Osha's brother taking over Osha's body. And then Jubakari ends with sort of find people to brainwash and do it, and then leaves very dramatic like. Yeah, and then Sharpist was like, what happened? And it's like, I suppose what kind of happened is the reason I am the way I am is I hit my head on a boat and it all went downhill from there. And then Neff tries to convert Sharpist like a little bit, which doesn't also go down very well. And Sharpist is like, don't summon deities here, and is now sort of gonna kind of imprison her in the library, but it's a job, but it's just to stay away, and she needs an escort if she's to go anywhere in the castle now. However, Bluey does speak up on Neff's behalf and say that she's top torturer of Kurul by just being herself. So she's going to be front and center for the trial. And what is that? Oh, I've just got written in my notes. Romy is scared of the baby. Because this is just talking about about sort of being able to hold the baby, and if not, and then there's an awkward interaction of Romy trying to show physical affection and like tapping Loran on the head, but needing to be taught exactly how to tap someone on the head. And then Sharpistol comes in looking like she's gone through 2 world wars. And everyone's like Neff, and she's like, yes, and everyone's like, totally get it, don't say a word. So then we cut to Slia and Cass, who are walking to Brian's room. Cass expresses her distress about the whole Psy business and then has a fat drink. Slia sees a door that shouldn't be there, but it's radiating an energy that we recognize. Slia opens it to Sorella Rath's mansion. I know, like, if you'd opened up and it's like, there's a massive long corridor with
archivist.
corridor, I'd be like, oh no.
That was a bad impression of Helen. Anyway,
it's Sorella Rath's mansion, and we see them, and they've been waiting for us. They've been following us from afar, and what we asked of them has come to fruition. They found the vault with Cass's and Kurul's contract in. And so Cass is a bit like shook because she's like, yes, maybe I can be free of Alan. And then talking about how like Cass might be in danger once the contracts are severed, because apparently Sorella says that you might find that word spreads quickly when an attempt is made to break a contract. They might have an attempt on Cass's soul to be rebound to them, which Cass is kind of surprised about. And then Sorella says, when you're free, come to me and I'll organize a future contract so it's not so terrible, which is great. Then Sorella says people who do not wish to be found can make a comfortable home here, implying Gerald. And Slia goes to try and fetch Gerald, but Brian's room is empty. Gerald has not arrived yet, so Slia leaves a coded message for when he arrives, and that is where I kind of end off. I think that is the main chat.
Wonderful.
If I missed anything, feel free to
just
say.
Seeing as it's the last thing you mentioned, do you want to reiterate what the coded message was so that we can get?
Yeah. Did you say what it was, Aylin, last game?
No, I didn't. It was just essentially like
Go to the door that shouldn't be there.
no, because he wouldn't know that it's not supposed to be there. It would have been more something along the lines of like a piece of paper very like conspicuously dropped on the floor.
Understood.
And written in Undercommon, basically giving the location of the door.
All right. Thank you so much.
Hi. Before
Yes.
we start, how is this audio quality? Is it okay?
You sound a little bit muffled, but we can hear what you're saying. So if this
Yeah,
is better for you, then it's okay.
I'll just how about now? Is that better?
I think a little bit.
A little bit better. This is
we can
probably
always
okay.
open you up individually.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Sorry, because my headphones are just not working. It just like slowly fades and then I can't hear anything. So I'm like,
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, no,
no,
that's
these
right.
are fine. These are my AirPods. So if they're annoying, I can take them out and just talk into the computer. But it's annoying for my sister.
That's good.
Yeah.
For me, at least, yeah.
For sure. This is fine.
Just boosted your audio a bit.
Okay. All right. So, everybody, we pick up exactly where we left off last time, with Slya and with Cass separately in their own mansion with separately with Sorelaras in his mansion, leaving as they, assuming, continue on your way to reconnect with the others, or do you have any other before you want to go and find them?
Oh, Slya had sent a message to Brian saying like, "Hey, Sorelaras is here. Look for his door."
Cool. So are you guys going to stay upstairs?
I think that was the plan, but unless Cass had something else she wanted to do.
No, Cass is chill in the mansion.
Okay. So you guys can stay there, and I guess we'll pick up then instead with people downstairs then. Ulster? If you're there.
Lily's
Or
having
with
her
Neff
phone.
and Bluey. Sorry, Neff and Bluey, who are in the throne room still. Sharp Pistol has now left you. Sarazar is downstairs in the dungeons. Slya and Cass, to be heading up to Brian's quarters. So what would you guys like to do?
I was under the impression that I was being escorted away to the library, but was I just recommended to go there, kind of thing?
Recommended to go.
Alright, in that case...
No one is forcing you to.
I will...
If you would like to go to the library, roll me an intelligence check, Neff, though. Roll me just a quick intelligence check.
Intelligence check coming. Oh! Wait, where did I put Neff's character sheet? Oh! Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Okay. With the dirty 20, you get the impression that whilst that was semi-serious, you don't actually have to do this. If it is not something you're interested in.
Okay. So do I get the
It's
impression
an option
that...
available to you. You will, it seems, probably be followed in any direction you go. Considering your performance in the palace in front of Sharp Pistol before. But you don't necessarily have to be confined.
Okay. Well, I don't think Neff would necessarily assume that it was like, haha, lol, good joke. I'm not actually going to go kind of thing. So she'll
Understood.
probably go for a while out of respect to do some stuff at the...
Alright.
Just shuffle some books
Do you
around, do
invite
some
Bluey?
dusting.
Do you invite Bluey with you?
Well, I was going to say, Neff would probably turn to Bluey and ask, "How, Bluey? Do you know where the archive is? Is it an archive or a library?"
Library.
Do you know where the library is?
From memory, Blue is definitely... We've all been to the library, right? Here?
You would if you'd played hide and seek with Cass.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if Bluey did that. Oh, no. Intelligence check for library location?
Can the two of us, can I try aid Bluey in her memory? I can be like, well, see, there's like a corridor over here, and there's like an archway over there. Does that ring a bell? It might have been down... Can I like give Bluey advantage on the memory check?
Of course. Go for it.
Okay, advantage.
But if Anna doesn't remember, I
Oh,
don't necessarily always keep track of whether or not players play hide and seek. I'm really
oh,
sorry.
yeah, well,
So,
okay. That's a 10.
10. You know what? It's hard to say. You've been to a lot of fantasy libraries. They're quite impressive, but for Bluey, it's up to you how intrigued you are by this and how well you remember. So, Neff, you can lead the way. You certainly have been to the library before.
Okay.
So you head back down, take the familiar route, and Bluey's kind of familiar. But then again, every corridor in the Ice Palace is quite similar.
That's the same. Yeah. All right.
Very icy. I was here for a while when I got rejuvenated. When I got my life back, you know.
Oh yeah. I mean, well, you didn't have to go to the library then, though, right? Or
Well, I think I visited it occasionally. I forget exactly now if I may or may not have, but I was sort of all over the place, you know, all over the palace, helping out Rolmy with his tasks.
did that go well?
I think so.
Sorry, me as a player.
Did it go? It didn't go horrendously.
What? I'm sorry. Were you asking me a question?
Oh no, I was just answering Bluey. Or answering Anna as Thomas.
I don't even know anymore.
Okay, I make my way to the library.
That there was that little dun 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 just as Neff started talking. It felt very appropriate. Neff,
Oh,
you make your way
wow.
down to the library,
Alright.
and
Okay.
Neff Jojo poses with her walk as she makes her way to the library. It's that one panel, that Dutch angle, you know? With the walk.
Yes.
The ominous walk.
Definitely. Yeah. It does sound a bit like part 3. Anyway, whatever.
yeah.
Do-
So you guys make your way downstairs.
Mhm.
Slowly fade this out.
I'm
and
fading up,
instead
Bluey,
You're
help.
going to be replaced. Instead, you're going to be replaced with what should sound like a fireplace.
Bluey,
yeah,
I've
the
turned
big
into
fire.
a fireplace. This is most inconvenient.
So, as you know, there is no
damn.
no fire that you know of in sort of like, how can I explain it?
It
No
is
non-magical
false
fire.
It
Yes, everything is
still keeps me
everything is
warm somehow.
magical fire, which is able to emanate a heat without actually burning through the ice here.
Is it like
and
a
this same
cool
fire is employed in
non-standard
the
fire?
library. Sorry?
Is it colored like cool non-standard fire? Is it like a blue or a purple or something?
I think it's
blue.
probably not purple, distinctly, but it would be a blue, a pale yellow to a blue,
Ooh,
probably.
okay, that's cool.
And you're in the library, and you do see there are a few. Well, not a few. There's only probably one other person in here with a stack of books, just kind of like making their way around. But what you see is more the book than the actual person themselves.
Book.
They seem to be quite small. They seem to be bouncing slightly with their walk. And make an investigation check, both of you, or a perception check, actually.
Oh, I prefer perception if that's alright. Yeah.
Let's go for it. Yes.
I will, in that case, take the investigation, which is my worst roll, but I'll accompany Bluey.
I kind of like touched the dice, so I'm not going to take that one, even though it turned up on a 20. Ah, shit. 11.
Ah, 11. Okay.
Perception.
And then
And a 14 for investigation.
14. On perception, Bluey, you can hear footsteps beyond just this one person from maybe further back behind you, but you get the impression that that's just a random person distant to you, not linked, following you by any means, is what your impression is. With your investigation, you do notice a curl, just like a single like curled lock, just kind of bloop, 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 sticking up out of the top of behind this books. And then you kind of vaguely recognize
Aylin's excited.
the flounce. You recognize the flounce, you recognize the curl, and when they eventually like stop and put their books down on the table, you recognize sort of like rosy cheeks and button nose of your dearly tormented Kev, who just sets the books down. turns around. Ah!
Kev!
Ahem. Matt.
It's okay, you can call me Neff.
Yes. It's. I wasn't expecting to see you.
I
Here.
brought Bluey with me.
You did, Bluey.
We've been sent by royal decree to help out with the librarial needs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Neff has, but I want to help too.
Okay. Have you any experience?
I was a
books?
full-time archiver at one point.
Oh.
And
You
I've
see a
been to a
spark in
few.
Kev's eyes as he senses a link of a chance to create a familiarity between the two of you. And he
Books,
just says,
books.
Oh, so did you... Books. You like books?
I love books, and I like taking care of books, and I like reading books, and I like putting books in the right spots and sorting them out and dusting them.
What kind of archive do you work in before this point?
How familiar are you with Calcarn?
That's not particularly.
Well,
I only read about it in ledgers and trade agreements and other riveting works of fiction and non-fiction.
Then at least you know of it. There is a Temple of Abundance there, which is the temple that I used to work for. I was an acolyte working there as a bookkeeper of sorts for a while.
Oh. Well, that sounds like it would be quite the place to visit.
Well, it was at one point. We can go someday. Maybe. It's changed a lot in the last few years.
What do you mean? As in it no longer uses the Dewey Decimal System?
Well, it's a lot less building and a lot more ruin now, I think.
He takes a step away from you. He shifts the books back on the table.
And then I put a hand on his book pile in comfort. But they still do use the Dewey Decimal System, if that makes you feel better.
Well, I've been working on my own system, but...
Oh, I'd like
It's
to
a
hear about your
small
own system.
Oh, yeah, okay. I can help you with that. If it is by royal decree, then I shall endeavour to find something non-destructive for you to do, which doesn't involve people touching things.
I take my hand off the books when he says that.
That's a good choice. Or being too close to my person or the king. More so he does not appreciate your company, Neff.
Ah.
That was a bit too forward.
No, that's okay.
Anyway, this is how my system works, and he'll go into a sort of like a small
We're
ramble
bonding.
about
We're creating social links.
setup. Yes. Anyway, Bluey, whilst Neff and Kev are bonding, what do you like to do? What would you like to do?
Could she have ascertained that the sound of footsteps behind was Kev, or was Kev the person in front of us?
Kev is the person in front of you.
Okay. Bluey will look.
You just hear these like kind of soft footsteps from behind, which just kind of like aren't too close, but if you look behind, you would see that there is a guard, just kind of like pacing, back and forth, just slightly at the end of the corridor.
Could I insight that guard?
You may, yes.
That's a 17.
17. They do just be. They do just be. They do just seem to be keeping an eye out. They aren't looking at you with any kind of suspicion per se. More like this seems to be where they've been stationed, and it doesn't go over your head the fact that when you were in the throne room, Sharpistol did mention that you might be escorted, considering Neff's performance before the royals.
Well, I'll look out for Neff. In case Bluey, look, if something happens, Blue would love to, if possible, make it not as bad, so that when the guard sees it, you know.
I see. Okay. All right.
Maybe
I like the sound of that.
cloth cover, like in combat, you know.
Yep. Okay.
I like to think that Neff has the outward demeanor of like a charity worker and the soul of an anarchist.
So, what do you do then when presented with a very particular, incredibly well thought out, systematic book organizational system as shown to you by Neff? By Kev.
Wow, Neff, that is what I could have never thought of that.
That's not my name. My name is Kev.
Oh, sorry, I was
The
hallucinating.
Rose.
See, you were suggesting your system, and then I had like an out-of-body experience, and then the other me was telling me that I thought it was a good idea. I think it's a really good idea. It's a cleric thing.
Okay.
I've been having a lot
You
more of
think
this.
it's a good
since
idea, though? This is
Yes.
So if you can just memorize this system quite faithfully, you can recreate it on your own. Just maybe use gloves when you touch the book.
I can do that. We used to have special archiving
Maybe
gloves
don't go
at
into
Clockharn.
the section with the rare editions or the handmade.
No rare editions.
volumes.
Got it.
No. The section with the magical tomes is also probably no.
Well, okay. No magical
The
terms.
books written in Messian, you probably wouldn't be able to understand the complex. I'm sorry, Mensage. I can't remember the name of my own language. Books written in Mensage, you're probably too complex for you to understand, so just stay away from that too.
I have a question.
Secret Histories of Our Lands, don't go near there. So that leaves you with like half a bookshelf. Is that okay?
That's okay. I can start at half a bookshelf. Any amount of books
You can
is a
stay
good
at
amount
half a
of books.
bookshelf.
Okay.
Then that should be the amount of books.
All right. I have the archiving system
Okay.
memorized. Can I roll an intelligence
not-
check with like advantage, maybe?
Not an
Because
archive, but okay. Go on. He's taught it to you.
oh, thank you. Okay, natural 20.
Oh, perfect. You do it exquisitely and speedily, with a show of competence that makes Kev second guess. Was he wrong? Was he wrong about you, Neff? Has anyone seen WandaVision or any part of it here?
I haven't.
This is the first episode. Okay, in the first episode, Vision goes and it's set in like the 1950s. So he's a computer, and he just like speedily does everything that a computer is supposed to do. But it's hard to explain if you haven't seen it. But you're like that. You're like it's good. So
I used to do
you are
this for
able to
18
get
hours
the
a
task
day in
done
my
peak
youth.
time. Kev is like, wow, that sounds great. Actually, I quite enjoy the sound of that.
It was really fulfilling.
Yes. Neff,
Yes,
last
Kev.
time you were here, you were alone and mostly dead.
Yes.
But this time, seeing as he looks to Bluey. Bluey is with you.
Yes.
When you said royal decree, did you mean maybe His Royal Highness Alstairs royal decree that sent you down here, or was it not him?
It wasn't him.
Okay,
It was.
so he would be
It was her
not
Royal
in the
Highness.
Messiah, or he's in the Messiah.
Alstairs
In
is
the
here.
Messiah. No?
Brian is here. Yes.
Oh my goodness! I have to go. Goodbye.
Is there anything you want me to do after this? Half a shelf?
Stand very still in the middle of the room and don't approach anything too quickly. Okay, goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Kev starts gussing out of the room.
Alright, Bluey, it's time for us to find information.
Time for what? Sorry.
We have to find information.
Wait, on what?
On anything that we can. Well,
Like-
here's what I'm thinking. So, we're going to be in a trial soon. I've never been in a courtroom before. Maybe we should learn about that.
Hmm.
Maybe there's like a book on how to become a competent lawyer in 20 minutes.
Will we be able to read anything though?
I'm not so sure. Or maybe I could pick up a kid's book on learning massage. I think I could surprise Brian with a few words.
Or Thomas. I'm not Thomas, sorry. Neff, would you like to
Yes.
try that? Would you like to try and look up a kid's book on learning massage?
Yes, but I'll make a very careful effort to stay
Okay.
away from any rare antique kids' books
Roll
or
me
magical
a
kids' books.
So you don't know what massage looks like? So I'm gonna have to make you roll this intelligence check at disadvantage.
I really don't know what it looks like if I have been here a while or no.
Bluey, help.
Roll it straight then.
Okay, yeah. Can I roll it gay?
You can roll it gay.
Yes. Investigation?
Please do the stereotypical action of your gay sub thing. So if you are bisexual, please cuff your jeans immediately, etc. Lesbians, assemble your earrings.
Alright, investigation?
Yes.
Alright. Don't fail me now. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. It's a 14.
Okay. You're faced with a difficult choice. You find two books which appear to be what you want. However, you can't discern properly between the two, which is going to leave you the best education. You can pick the book which seems to have a very satisfied looking person with a thumbs up and another waving in like an illustration on the front. Or you can pick the book with no pictures, but with very, very interesting, intricate diagrams.
Intricate diagrams?
Or intricate diagrams.
Huh. These are both kids' books.
Kids' books.
Intricate diagrams. Okay, I think Neff would probably be intrigued enough by the book with the intricate diagrams that she'd want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Bluey might look at the other one.
Okay. So as you the both of you sit down with each other, just sit down.
I'll
quietly.
high five Bluey as we're learning together.
You high five, and then you sit down for a little quiet study session to try and learn some massage. So, I will let that sit for a bit, and we'll come back to this.
Marinate.
Marinate. Meanwhile, Ulster.
Yes. I have no headphones, so this will be good.
Oh, that sounds really good. That sounds really nice. Nice and clear. So, let me just... Ulster, you are, I'm assuming, still in the back room with your parents, fanning your father slightly as he is woken and is coming to terms with the knowledge of the imminent birth of his son. Well, grandson, even.
Yeah.
Could you
He was
imagine
once
a secret
son.
brother? No. The imminent coming of his grandson. Still months away, but that's far too soon, even for his standards.
Far too soon for him. He's like,
No. And you hear a rushing set of footsteps. And then they stop. Oh, and you hear just very, very faintly in the distance. I can't. And just like a dejected, like, clop, clop, clop.
can I
as,
poke my head out of the door?
you see the sort of like curled back of Kev. It's like slowly like clop, clop, clop across the floor as he makes his way out of the throne room again.
Oh, Kev, you're very welcome. Hello.
Bows so that his nose almost touches the ice, and he flips back up. There's just like a rush of curls that just kind of like bounce over his head.
Hello. Would you like a hug? Come here.
Yes, please. Oh, okay. And then he just rushes forward and gives you a hug. Progress, he whispers as he allows himself to become close to you.
Constance was like, there, it's okay. Looks back at Loran and Romy like, it's fine, it's all good.
Romy looks dizzied again, but Loran is holding him up very, very tentatively, just like with the tips of his fingers, like, don't worry, I'm not touching you too much.
I'm not touching you.
Kev is just kind of like weeping from the eyes, a little snotty nose, and he's just like, I'm sorry, this is unbecoming of me.
I'm sure you have a handkerchief somewhere in the ruffles, correct?
I have 3. Oh, there's a lavender-coloured one. And he starts rubbing his nose, rubbing his eyes. Do you need one? Offers you like a bright cream handkerchief.
Not right now, but I'll take it and then give it to you later.
Okay. I missed you. Hi, Ulster. Hi, Ulster.
It's very nice to see you again, Kev.
It is, and that's why I greeted you by saying hi, Ulster. Then not anything else.
How about I come and find you later in the garden? My father has just had a brief fainting spell. Nothing to worry about.
I can fetch the medic.
Oh no, it's more of a psychological problem, I think.
Kev looks visibly confused.
It's fine. It's personal, Kev. Yes.
Hey.
Did not hear that.
Are you in danger?
Also,
blink twice. You're in danger.
I don't think so. At this very moment, I am in danger.
At this very moment, I am in danger.
No, I don't think so. Kev, it's okay. Why don't you go to the garden? I'm sure. Yeah, where did Neff and Bluey go?
I might have gotten a little bit overexcited and left them in the library.
Don't say that to him. Just pushes Kev away from Romy, like, don't say that. Kev, go wild. Be left to your own devices. I'll come find you in the garden later.
No, but there's one more thing. I wanted to ask if it's okay. Some people arrived. Faye, I believe. And I'm confused.
When did they arrive?
As in, just before yourselves. They seemed very important.
Did they look like Loran?
Somewhat. And then there was
a lady with big curly hair and a loud voice.
Oh.
Yeah, those are Loran's parents and the entourage.
It's fine. Okay, I will go and hide.
Oh, you can. They're very nice.
Would it be proper for me to go greet them?
They're currently with he leans in. They're currently with Karul Malel, so you probably don't want to go down there.
I'm sorry, I threw up a little bit in my mouth. All right, I understand. I'll wait.
Okay. I'm sure.
Perhaps I could organise another dinner in my parlours. A tea. Yes.
Yes. I think Saraza is unattended too. If you wanted to go introduce yourself to one member of Loran's family, and then we can move on to the parents.
See anything like no one.
Currently with Karul, but
not going to finish.
I expect to get hungry soon.
I will make. I'll send a message with a guard who might be on their way down there. That there is tea and refreshments in my parlours when they wish to have it.
Wonderful. Why don't you make them some sandwiches, Kev? Fried chicken sandwiches are very popular with the Tanes.
We don't really have chicken here. I could make them.
Fish? It's close.
A frozen fish pate with winter berry.
Sounds good. I'll see you later, Kev.
Rusty
He
bread.
wibbles Kev around and pushes him across the ice.
He skates out of the door, and the door slams shut behind.
Also backs into the room. Everything is fine.
Roll me, sits up, nods, and then flops back down into Loran's arms.
Oh, wow.
Righty. So you did get a message. So can I just clarify, Slya? You sent a message to Brian. So at that point, you get a message, which was
It was Cereleras is in the palace. Look for their door, and she had originally gotten the reply of "Great, wonderful, love that."
Love that so much.
so that kind of message just kind of like lingers on your mind a moment. If there's anything you want to do.
Priorities. Is Sharper still in the room as well, or did she leave?
Yep. No, whatever will be there for you. All be there with you.
Cool. We're going to need to leave in a moment. We're currently indisposed. But before we do, a slight warning. We might believe that someone could interrupt Krul's execution in some way, shape, or form, using magic that does not exist.
Sharpistol stands and she says, I am sorry, but leave. Do you mean leave the Messiah? Or
No, leave as in walk upstairs and leave you here. That sort of movement of leaving.
understood. Right. Well, that is fine. Take the rest. Tomorrow it seems will be a big day. But yes. It might be best if we conduct this execution, the execution proceedings at least, away from the ice.
Yes, we should also probably throw his body into a glacier.
Mm.
What's left
I
of
like
it.
the sound of that.
Mm.
Also, if we are going up against magic that does not exist, it's going to be quite hard to. I think it's just best if we all go in ready for something to go wrong. And know that no matter what happens, we do not stop until he is no more.
Yes.
And she comes forward and she just hovers a hand over your shoulder as if to say, like, and she touch you.
Also will allow it.
And she takes your shoulder. And with her other hand, she just takes the back of your head and pulls you close. Not quite a hug, but just pressed against her side. And she lifts her head up and just puts her forehead against yours. I know we don't do this often, but it's going to be all right.
Yeah. It'll be some sort of catharsis.
She gives you a proper hug now.
Also will accept.
And when she pulls away, she keeps a hold of your hand. Some sort of catharsis. But I don't know. I suspect it might feel worse before it feels better. That is the way of things sometimes.
I can't promise that what goes wrong won't go terribly wrong. But it would be better than doing nothing. Better than letting him live.
It might be wise to leave some of our magic users here. Defend the palace in case somebody strikes.
Yeah.
If there are any volunteers amongst those in the Sealy court, would likely be welcomed. I believe Zarina, from what I hear, is incredibly powerful and capable, much like myself. Her family likely deserve to see this through, as do your father and I, and yourself.
There's one more that might. There's one other person we told about the execution who might want to participate.
Who? Anyone we know?
Some might call me the second of Coral's victims. There was one before me.
She closes her eyes and just takes a deep breath. And do you vouch for him? Them?
I do.
And your party could say the same?
I believe so.
I certainly would, Lorenz. Sharpest looks back at
Probably need to talk to them before the trial anyway.
If your wish is to conceal this person's identity from me, and I respect that, but I assume it will come forth at somehow.
Well, the person who they were is dead.
I understand. By what name should I call them, if any?
Jerome.
Jerome. She looks back to Rolmy and just looks kind of like with a question in her eyes, or a suggestion rather. He will be welcome here. And Rolmy kind of just like rubbing his eyes and clearing his vision, nods, says, I've seen firsthand how a victim of his is. I will not deny that. Catharsis you speak of.
He has a son.
A son.
A son.
With Corul, I assume.
Ulstead nods.
And his name?
For now, Nerio. But I don't think he should see Corul's death. He's very young.
He will also be coming.
I doubt Jerome would leave him alone. But I could be wrong.
All right then. I don't know. My instincts say one thing. And then Romy just kind of grimaces, but my heart says another. If it is your wish that he take part, I understand.
I can't imagine that he would not want to see Karul dead, considering how Karul has made him feel dead as well.
Then it seems there's nothing left to discuss.
Not on that front, but we should probably stop general visitations to the palace over the next 24 hours, especially any. I don't know if the name would at all ring a bell, but the Bayrax.
Bayrax. No, it doesn't ring a bell. But we will add them to our ever-growing list of enemies. Was that funny?
No. I laugh when I'm uncomfortable.
Oh. I thought I was unlocking a new side of myself, but that's that.
You and Saraza should talk. You're both quietly funny.
Have I met
Loran's older brother.
Saraza? Looks at Loran. He is nothing like me. You should be very rest assured.
No one's like Loran, really.
That is quite accurate. Yet to meet another who possesses his order. Neff. Anyway, that is beside the point. Settle down as you like. The execution will commence.
Emma, you're laggy and cutting out a little bit for me. I don't know if anyone else. Sorry.
He just says the execution will commence tomorrow.
I left Karul encased somewhat in ice. I don't know if that's a human rights violation, but at the same time, I don't think anyone needs to know outside of this room.
I was going to say, does anybody actually know he's here other than the Sealy Court and ourselves?
No.
Well, then that's your question answered.
I will check on the state of his extremities tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm. Might. If you want a moment before the trial.
To check on his extremities.
To settle any other business you might have. It might be your last chance.
I'll think about it.
Loran stands up at that point. I don't know about you two, but I am sleepy. Shall we?
Good night. To his parents, not Loran. Not dismissing Loran. Good night, goodbye.
And the two of you make it out.
Going to-
Slya, Cass, whilst all this is happening, what have you guys been up to?
I think they would have just been sort of. Well, I can't speak for Slya, but I think Cass is like just sort of chilling in the
Chilling?
mansion.
Neat. Sorelaras is just sitting
chilling.
there. The dips that they prepared just kind of on the table. You see that they don't touch them at all. But they look at your water skin and just say, might I partake? I'm just curious as to the taste of whatever it is you have in there.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out for me.
Oh, okay.
What was that?
Sorella, how much did you hear?
Just say it all again.
Everything? Okay. You're in the mansion. Solas is sitting with you quietly. There is all the snacks and dips that they prepared on the table in front of you, and they don't seem to be touching those, haven't eaten a single thing. However, they do seem to be looking with interest at your water skin, which you know produces endless alcohol. And they do say, would you mind if I partook in a glass of that? I am curious as to the flavour of
Cass
such
is already pouring.
drink. Oh, that was very fast. You're like a bartender in speed. Oh, and it's in my hand. Enchanted foods and drinks, for me, have always tasted like their base swill and never what they're supposed to. Even fairy food, and yes, I have tasted that and lived to tell the tale. It tastes like well, it doesn't taste like how most would experience it to me. And they slosh it around in the glass a little bit, and take a tentative sip. Ah, gasoline. No. And pass it back to you, Cass. Cass?
Has George frozen?
George
you're
is
not
frozen for you.
Oh, sorry, I haven't frozen. Am I back?
You're frozen. Yes,
Am I back?
you're back now.
Hang on.
Sweet.
Huh.
Oh,
Sorry, my internet's really dodgy. I keep switching
That's all right.
between.
Sorry.
Am I here?
yes. Sorellos passes back the drink after that small interaction then.
Okay. If you don't like that, I have something which is equally sort of. You'll grow to hate it very quickly because it doesn't
I
quite
see.
taste like alcohol, but it will
Uh-huh.
kind of. Well, it's quite alcoholic, but maybe not for you. But out comes a strong zero. Here we go.
What is this? What is this relic of a foreign plane? Coughs open the can and just like. It doesn't seem. Let me just taste a little more too. Keep going back for more no matter how many repulsed faces they make. There is something about this which is.
Yeah, doesn't matter how you always go back.
So, Sorelast has a small tipple, whilst Slia, what are you doing?
I was gonna say, can Slaya make some more knitting checks?
But of course you may.
How many could I have made in this time period?
Let's go with a healthy 3.
Okay.
3. You're quite close to being finished with the project, I think, aren't you? You've been working on something the last few days.
Yeah, because it is a little bit larger since it's for both Zarina and Leander.
Understood.
That's an 18 plus 6, 24.
Yep.
12
Zwolf.
and 16.
16. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So, you are able to make some significant progress. Excuse me. Able to make some significant progress on your blanket. There is probably just like a 30 centimeter square left, to like fill. One more check and then you're good. You think so? Just keep
one more
keep
check
track of
and
that for me.
then Loran enchantment.
Yes. There you go. He can take commissions.
Yeah.
All right. I think we can bend the laws of magic slightly just for the convenience here. You'd probably hear when Ulster and Loran's footsteps kind of fell outside. Just you hear two sets of footsteps climbing the Ice Palace stairs outside of your room. If you wanted to go out and speak to them, it seems like this is the time.
Are they-
I think Cass would poke her head outside. Be like, "Wait, Brian, Levan."
Hello.
Um,
I think Loran would
so,
be holding Ulster's shoulder. You just noticed.
Slyan'sun has some news.
I gather.
Is this news that can wait, or is this news that we need to know now? Maybe.
I suppose it could it's been a long day. I'm sure it could wait.
Loran looks to you, Ulster. What do you want to do?
Is it important news?
Yes.
Right. Then let's see what they have to say, and then go to bed.
Loran will walk inside. So, Loras, how awfully convenient to see you here. And so Loras just nods and says, "This door can manifest anywhere that my magic can reach, and I am quite powerful."
We know.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, dip. Loran is going to take a little bit of artichoke and spinach dip.
What's the news we have to hear?
The news. Yes, I believe Cass and Slya can give you the full rundown as and when you need it, but you made a deal with me, in a way, pardon the phrasing, a deal with me to gain access to the contracts of one Acantha Rukas and Karul Malel. I have secured that passage for you. Should you want to go?
Well, we'll have to go if we want him to stay. I mean, Slya, from what I understand, Karul is bound to his corpse, but that doesn't mean that Alan can't do things with his soul.
Loran nods to that.
I think once we kill Karul, we put his corpse somewhere that's at least annoying for Alan to reach. Then we have to go after. If we want this to be permanent, we have to go after the souls, and we have to free Cass as well.
Emma, would I, because my soul is in one of these contracts, would I know that if it's instantly when you die that your soul becomes
So usually,
Alan?
so death in D&D, something that we only ever really touch on in a mechanical sense with death saves, etc., and reincarnations. But in actual lore of the old world, you do know that there are multiple deities who watch over death and the passage of death. And it is not one succinct act. You don't just die and end up where your soul ends up. There are motions to it. Your soul is judged usually, and if it is judged, and that sort of is an instinctual thing. But it is often facilitated by deities such as the Raven Queen, who will take a soul from life to death, and then from that point, once the soul leaves her domain, into, for example, the Hells, the ethereal plane, Elysium, wherever it might end up, whoever it belongs to, if it's in the state of a contract, will receive it then. So it's not instantaneous, and that is also considered.
Okay.
That is also assuming that the soul is free to leave the body. So in the natural understanding of the world, there is the understanding of a limbo period, which is watched over by deities such as the Raven Queen, and there are other beliefs out there as well.
Okay, cool.
Slya has bound Coral's soul in his body, so someone would have to take it out.
It is my belief, Loran
Got it.
says, that there are people who could probably achieve this if they wanted to, namely Elijah Ashun. I am sure that there are followers of Alan who we have yet to interface with who could be terrible. Though I feel like if they were that powerful, we would have come up to them by now. But let's not give anyone the chance to try. So we kill him, and then we have like a bit of a breather, family dinner, and then contract. How's that sound? And Cass, you can meet Titania. She is remarkable.
Sounds good to me.
I think you like her a lot.
Loran kind of gets up with a small plate of dips and crumpets, etc., and whatever tidbits he's pulled from the table, and just pats Ulster on the back. Just kind of gives you a small, comforting, like, rub on the back and says, and you'll be able to meet her again.
It's true. Then I think we have our plan.
And then we really do need to at some point sort out OSHA.
Yeah. It's fun to have a priority list where everything is a priority.
Yeah, but everything is like life or death. Really, really important.
Where are Neff and Bluey?
Ken said they were in the library. I'm just going to leave them there.
Loran says, I wonder what on earth they could be doing down there. Two of you. Hello. Just a quick brief reprieve from what's going on upstairs. I want you both to roll me intelligence check. Just something cheeky. This is not going. This is just very cute and very quick.
Very cute
I
and
just want
quick.
to see how it
Intelligence
goes.
check. Natural 20!
Oh!
Oh my god. That's an 11.
11. I understand. Okay. So
Sorry,
this actually works out incredibly perfectly. So Neff, in your studies, are reflecting everything you've done up until this point in the archive, in the Temple of Abundance, working in the archive there, and even to, your proficiency with learning Kev's system earlier. Your mind is geared for this kind of thing. And picking up a language it's very similar. There's a set of formulas to it which you can just cling on to, and the intricate diagrams help a lot. And you've been kind of mumbling, like, sort of softly under your breath, like a little bit, a few words every now and again. As you just get used to the language. Only thing you have noticed is that Bluey seems to be a far quieter learner, far more active with her hands and gestures, it seems, to try and fully comprehend the extent of this language, which you find really interesting. It's a method of learning that you've yet to ever truly understand. And then you both reach the end of your respective chapters of your books, clap them closed, and you get the kind of urge to practice with one another.
Hey, Bluey, how did you go?
Yeah. Some words, which I might.
It's really easy, isn't it? That's what I was thinking.
Oh, is it? Maybe not for me.
Like, see all the formulas on, like, page 11? And I thought this diagram was really well drawn.
And Bluey, those are all quite lost on you, but you do feel like you could show what you've learnt to a humble degree, but you trust Neff enough with this. Would you like to show her what you've learned?
Yes.
Okay. Closing the book about how to practice the ancient art of massage. You stand up. You go to stand behind Neff. You put her hands on her shoulders. And you start attempting to give her a massage.
Wow.
In your mind, this was a very interesting touch-based language, the likes of which you'd never seen before, which doesn't seem to suit Roll-Me, the king here at all.
This was
And
really
Neff, you're
nice.
perplexed by this act, and that's
This
all
is
I have to say.
hello.
Ooh.
And this is like nice to see you.
I am very, very confused, but this feels quite nice, so I have any complaints.
Okay,
Boo, you make a wonderful masseuse.
Is that? I thought they called them something else when they speak. The Slyan.
Blue, can I have a look at that book that you were reading through?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think this might be about a different kind of massage.
Okay.
Thank you for humouring me, everyone.
But
Wait, I have a sound effect for this. Oh no, where is it? Where is it?
that said, though.
That's all.
It looks like it's all still written in massage, so I guess you might have picked up a lot of massage terminology in massage.
Okay. Massage. Ah. Was I learning more massage than you were then?
Oh! you may well have been.
I don't think I was.
Wonderful.
I think you make a great masseuse. You have very strong hands.
Thank you.
And up until now, I didn't realize I had a very knotted shoulder, but it feels quite a lot better now.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling several little bits here that.
Death knots.
Death knots.
Yeah, look, I don't think Blue would know that, but that is very good.
Well,
yeah, I mean, if it's relaxing, it's another form of communication.
it can be. I
It
think.
communicates that I want to help and rest your shoulders, traveler. Did you know how heavy the head is?
How heavy is the head?
On your shoulders? It's a very heavy thing.
Oh,
Look how heavy this thing is. Like,
I guess it's hard for me to tell. It's all attached to the rest of myself.
yeah, that's true. I mean, it's hard to get a sense. Like, if you did that, yeah. But there's, I think I did learn something. Huh.
Well then, I guess it was a productive evening, or or morning.
Wait, what's the time?
We've been
Quite
reading for
late.
quite a while.
Oh, wait, we should sleep.
Should we head back to see the others?
Could
Yeah,
do.
Brian's room.
We can knock. Oh, we can ask. We can ask the armed guards who have been watching over us this entire time if they might know where.
They
Right.
stand in the doorway like Loom.
You noticed too, right?
I'm gonna try put my skills to the test. I'm gonna see if they have seen Brian anywhere. I would ask, where
Alright,
is
then.
Brian?
You
Where
want to
is
ask
Brian?
where.
Well, maybe where's the prince?
Where is the prince? That's a good point. Also, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce Brian's name in massage. I think it might be Ulster.
Ulster. Well,
I have learned another
Wait.
word.
wait, does Brian mean Ulster?
I think Brian is like an undercover nickname sort of thing that has just sort of stuck around.
Yeah.
Cute.
Unless
Alright.
he's
you
been
approach
undercover
the,
and his real name is Brian. No.
You approach the guard, who just kind of regards you very coolly, and you say, what do you attempt to say? And then we'll roll a check to see how well you do it.
Have you seen the prince?
All right, you got a natural 20, so I'll allow you advantage
Okay.
on a intelligence.
Intelligence check? Okay. Okay, not so great. I'll take the 1. Okay, it's a 15.
15.
Yes.
It's a little bit stunted. You kind of don't get the pronunciation quite right.
Where
But you managed to stumble through.
the prince?
In message, they reply.
Mhm.
So would you like to roll me an intelligence check to see if you understand their reply?
Alright. Just straight or with...
That's just straight up.
Okay, because I guess I haven't done any hearing of it yet.
Nope.
With my knowledge.
You know
Oh!
that Kikudenshu is very different.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20, but
Nev-
not for you, Neff. You understand fully.
Never's an information sponge, even if she can't quite perform as well.
I haven't seen him since the throne room. I followed you. And stayed here. He could often be found in the gardens or his quarters when he was a child.
I looked to Bluey. Gardens, quarters. He may have been turned into a child. He was last seen in the throne room.
I like that.
Wait, can I try? Right.
Yep. Weapons drawn. People on the side do not like to be judged. No. No, they just kind of take a step away, like, what are you doing? But you don't understand what they're saying properly, so you probably have to have Neff translate for you.
They're asking what you're doing.
Oh. Okay, maybe massage is not as universal a communication tool as I thought.
Stumbling through common, you hear this guard say, maybe not.
Oh, the accent is cute.
Ah. Sorry about that. Okay. But wait, what's with Brian being turned into a gun? What?
I think I may have misunderstood that. He's either been turned into a child or he has frequented the gardens since he was a child.
This guard's mind is breaking. Like, he's just like staring around trying to remember all these words. It just says, first to you, Bluey, he says, I accept your apple.
Apology. You didn't have to, but
Apology.
thank you. Thank you. Neff, I think it's a
thank you.
thing.
Second Bluey.
Bluey says to Neff, I think it's the second thing about frequenting the garden, not turning into a child.
That would make more sense. I'll turn to the guard. Thank you very much for the information. Have wise though. And she'll nod.
You're welcome.
I like the no accent. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Alright. In that case, we will dash. I will dash for all of my turns at slow speed.
You slip and slide too.
I will check. Well, what is Brian's room or the gardens first on our journey? Like, if I was attempting to visit both of them.
Probably, you probably have to go to the main hall first, so you can decide. But you think, seeing as it's late, it's more likely that they're in the quarters. You think?
More likely that they're in the quarters, which means that if there were enemies about, they would surely think the same thing. But let's go check the garden.
Okay. So the two of you go to check the garden, and there you find the garden is nicely in bloom.
It's so lovely here.
You see remnants of the circles you and Slya established. Even though the magic has been recentered to other locations, you do still see your little arrangements there, and they're quite nice. And the rose bush is thriving. And Neff, you don't half get the impression that it is thriving in the absence of stress for Kev. And that seems to be anything you find in here. There's not much else.
Okay, I was wrong. Let's go to the room.
Alright, you guys make your way up. And you do also notice
I
a
can
door
handle
which
that
should not be
now.
there as you
what
walk up to Allstairs' room.
do you notice?
And inside Slia and Cass, you do hear little footsteps. 2 sets. Pat, 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 pat. Walking.
Mine are very light, because I'm a light-footed halfling.
Indeed you are.
Bluey unexpectedly loudly says, I don't recognize that door.
I look at it. You know, now that you mention it,
Maybe I shouldn't have.
do you think it's a bad idea to knock?
You muted.
George, I'm muted.
Let's do it.
Whoops! I was saying that Cass would have stuck her head out the door
Ah,
when she heard
Ah.
the steps. Sorry,
wait, hang
I yeah.
Oh, that's. So this is Zarellarus's place?
Sorolaris is in
Hey
the room.
dudes.
Oh,
Hi, Cass.
Hello.
hello.
Hello, Slyan'ssun.
Hello.
Hi, Slya.
Would you like some artichoke dip or fried wontons?
I love
I have a selection.
artichokes. Oh, artichokes and wontons. That sounds quite lovely. I like artichokes.
Please.
Artichoke, sorry. That looks very nice.
I
Yeah,
quite like
Bluey will
artichokes
have to.
actually. Have you ever had
Artichokes are
artichokes
good.
with, like on pizza? Oh, so good. With like a little
So
bit
good.
of parma ham.
Artichokes are really nice. I like them.
No Parma ham. Get that shit out of here.
Okay.
I don't think I actually like artichokes, I'm very sorry to say.
Really, I actually love
Oh,
artichokes.
okay.
Jerusalem artichokes are really yummy with roast dinner.
Yeah.
Ooh, that sounds yum.
I've had them with like a quinoa sort of like dish where you have like artichoke like just roasted a little bit. It's just so good.
This
Good
is all in canon conversation you're having with Sorelaras, who quite likes artichokes.
I really quite like artichokes. Actually, wait, Brian, are you there?
They didn't say who was there, so
No. I mean, I assumed you guys would have left to... Oh, wait, sorry, no, we didn't finish that. Yes, you guys would still be there, I assume.
okay. Then
In that
I'm
case,
sorry, yes.
I want to turn to Brian, and I'll prepare myself. Hello, Brian. I'm deaf.
Ulster actually nods in appreciation.
I
Pats Ned on the shoulder.
I spent a really long time trying to learn a little bit. I figured while I was in the library.
You know more than Loran now, so good job.
I'll turn to Loran. Oh, Loran.
Loran actually looks kind of like dejected, like
Ulster like pinches his side when he says that.
I'm gonna jump to
in your
Loran
message.
and grab him by the shoulder. Loran, we can practice together.
I don't want to.
Brian, can we practice
Also,
together?
You get a mind message where Loran just says, I've something I wanted to show you later, but I guess I gotta do it now.
You want to show me something now? Is it something private? Is it something under the
meant
bed?
more like-
It's probably not a good time. He says this all in his head.
No. Loran replies, no, I meant later as in like I wanted to do this much later, but now I have to defend my honor, so now, but like as in once everyone else is gone.
Oh.
Okay. Well, oh yes, we must fill you in on what will be happening. We are going to kill Karul tomorrow, brutally, and dump his corpse in a glacier. And then we are going to retrieve his contract and Cass's contract from Alan's domain.
We will have family dinner in between this time as well.
In between, yes. I thought you were
Different days. Good.
different days.
Are we all going to family dinner?
You are all invited.
I think
Yay.
you're all somewhat family
We can put you on the
somehow in
kids'
this kids table.
Oh my gosh. Blue's too big for the kids' table, but she doesn't care.
We have large people in the Maasai. The Hainam tribe are quite large. We have seats suitable.
Kids'
They're
table
like
is
little-
at large?
Yes, even their children are larger than I am.
Also,
Oh.
you'd know there is a rumor they are descended from ice giants.
There is a rumor they are descended from ice giants.
Are these my bros from the
The hairy
Yeah.
ones? Yeah.
drinking games with? Yeah.
They're all quite like hairy, but like it's like fun. It's like
Also, it's
they
just
like
his
make
tail
they
is more
do
rat
have
face.
fun with it.
Like-
Oh, you know what? I bet the people who aren't really able to grow facial hair would instead have like really intricate like tattoos or something that like kind of like mimic that area, just like as in like to show that like they have that familial connection. I think that could be quite fun.
Yeah. That's cute.
That's
Wow.
fun.
They're cute. I like them. Anyway.
Right.
Cass loves them. She had a great time.
I think that of the Messiah tribes, they're one of the more like fun ones. Ugh.
Less squares.
I will be leaving now with Laran because he has something to show me. But I will also be going down tomorrow to just check on the situation down there.
We should also relieve Sarazar at some point, just so you know. Someone.
Yeah, I told Sarazar to go find Kev. Well, I told Kev to find Sarazar to give him sandwiches.
Oh.
Didn't you tell Sarazar? No, I'm sorry. Didn't you tell Kev not to go to Sarazar just in case?
To
He meets
send
Karol.
sandwiches down.
Ah, I understand.
Yes,
Thank you for explaining.
it's okay.
Oh,
Slia?
okay. Then I think he'll probably be all right to stay down there. That's probably what he would want. I'm sorry, Slya. Go for it.
Oh, just that Jerome hasn't arrived yet, and I left a message in your room, just since that's where we told him to go.
Well, he'll probably surprise us at some point.
He
I've
does
asked
want to do that.
I've asked my parents if you can join the execution, and they said yes.
Come join the execution. It'll be tons of fun.
Thank you, Neff.
That was. She could have said that. It'll be
Yes.
tons of fun.
Oh my gosh. That's a Harvest Festival song. Something about come and join the celebration. What is oh my
Wait.
god, unlocked memory.
By Harvest Festival, do you mean like school, like
Yes.
food drive thing?
Join the
Something?
celebration. Join the celebration or something like that. I don't know. I'm sorry.
We did not have a
Sorry.
song for that. Sorry. Yeah. Anyway.
I will look it up one day. Anyway, so Ulster and Loran make their way out of the room. And everybody else, it is up to you where you would like to sleep for the night, or if you have anything else you want to get done before the morning. Who wants to stay maybe in... Does anybody want to stay in Sorellaras's mansion? That is an option for you. If not, you also have the rooms you stayed in previously. Those are free. Sorellaras's mansion?
Sorella, you like some company?
It's warm.
He has like a hot tub and stuff in there.
You guys should embrace the cold culture. Excuse me.
I was thinking, see if it
Slay didn't say it's warm. She just was like, "Yeah, I'll stay in here. I'm already comfortable."
would it be a bit weird if none of us were present in rooms people might expect us to be in, and like so we're not actually physically in.
They probably think you're in Ulster's room.
Sleepover
Okay.
slumber party.
And not that. No.
Well,
Okay.
either way, it's like people think we're sleeping over at Brian's, but really we're sleeping over at Sorellaras's. So
Okay,
Shoot,
so you're all going to
fine.
stay in Sorellaras's. Alright, you guys spend the rest of your night then, I'm assuming, slowly nibbling on the various dips, practicing your massage and buckling down for a night of sleep.
Brian, how do you say artichoke in massage?
Brian has left the building.
Yeah, Brian told that.
Et tu, Brian.
last full moon.
Are you Brian?
Is this
To
how
be
you do like
honest-
you two? Or something like that.
It's it's what?
And you?
I was thinking of Latin.
It's Latin. Yeah.
I
That
thought
was a Caesar reference. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tu brute.
When he gets stabbed, he's like, "Oh, fuck! I've been stabbed." Remember that quote? That's when Caesar said that.
Probably.
That part, and like Julius Caesar, when Caesar gets stabbed, he's like, "Oh shit!"
You would be kind of
Shoot.
funny. Is like if in history it's been recorded as like this sort of graceful, like he's been stabbed. And he's like,
Ow,
"Oh,
bitch!
you too." But like in real life, it was like, "Oh Jesus Christ! Oh what the? How is this?
Shit, someone give me a handkerchief! Come on, I'm bleeding,
Yeah.
guys. Oh, why
I
are
believe Caesar
that's
sees one
11
knife and he
more
goes, "What are you
daggers."
gonna do? Stab me?"
Quote from Man
Caesar,
Stab.
probably.
What do you have?
A
knife!
Do you think I have another theory? So you know how Italians are very like, "Hey, talking with the hands and Mamma Mia" kind of thing. And Caesar was in Rome.
I guess.
Every Italian watching this just stopped watching this.
Yeah.
Hey, how could I be stabbed? What did you do this to me? No, I'm bleeding
You're
out.
offending the Italians, Thomas.
Actually, I feel like Caesar probably was just like, "Yeah, I probably had this coming. I slept with all your wives."
Oh, shit. And the husbands too, probably.
And the husbands too.
Oh yeah.
What a time in history. Ba-da-da-da.
That's actually why they were
happened?
really mad, because they were mad because he slept with all of them and then went and cheated on them with their wives. And they were like, "What the hell, Caesar?"
He's a
Roman politicians, man.
Yeah.
What
He's-
happens in Rome
Gosh
stays
darn.
in Rome, okay, guys?
Unless you do it in Greek. Or in Greece, sorry.
Unless you. That's fun though.
Stabs in Greek.
Anyway. Ulster and Loran, the two of you make your way upstairs to Ulster's room. And once the door is firmly shut behind, Loran takes a deep breath and turns around. And he says, "Oh,
Got some water.
first in common. I'm fine. Give me a moment. All step. I did try to learn for him. Is a little bit hard. Not easy, but I got right here. This much. Loranda Hain is my name. And that was all in massage.
Also, like,
So I resented what Neff said, he says in comment. It was going to be a secret, but then she challenged me, so.
Thank you.
Baron comes forward and he just kind of wipes your tears away. It's not that, I mean, for you, so.
Ulster hugs him, gives him a squeeze.
He squeezes back and he says, "You've not been doing well today?"
It's hard to put feelings into words. I think you know.
You could show me again if you like. But I don't know if you feel like it's necessary.
I'll show you after, since that's probably the state of mind that you're going to have to deal with. But I want this. I want it to happen. I think there's just parts of me that haven't fully caught up with reality yet. I mean, just being in this place, it feels like I remember meeting him. I remember talking to him and thinking he was my friend, my only friend. He brought me a lot of comfort for a very long time, and it's hard to start erasing those memories, or at least colouring them with something a bit darker.
I understand. It doesn't have to happen quickly at all. At your own pace.
Yeah. It's not even.
Hey, I get it. Don't forget, I can empathize with, and I have a. It's going to be different. I have a small idea of what you might feel after that person has already died. Small idea.
I didn't know anything without him. I met him when I was, before I have memory. And then when he left, you were the next thing that brought me happiness, so there wasn't much else. And he's going to be gone soon. And I want that. I want him to be gone. I want him to suffer. Not just what he's done to me, what he would have done to me, what he's done to Jaral, his own son, you, Syraza, everyone. He deserves this. He probably would have deserved Syraza chopping off his foot. But there was a small part of me that didn't want to see that. Somehow.
I understand. I'll help you. You did the same for me.
Just don't want you to be put in harm's way. I don't think he cares. I mean, he probably would kill me, but I think it's more, if he could get you, he would get you. It's better than going for my heart.
We're always in harm's way, Allstar. So long as he lives. So long as we have ties to all of these different threads. I know it's different with him. And I know that once he's gone, everything will feel different. But I think you know that there is only a few places where we are truly out of reach of anyone else. And if we stay in those places for far too long, we will lose ourselves, you know? I could sit in front of that door amongst the sunflowers for months. And we could raise our son in there. You wouldn't know any different.
It's what
But
my
it's not a
father did
life.
to me.
And we will not do it to anyone else. And I don't want it done to me as well. I go where you go, Ulster. No exceptions to that. And the same for you. If, of course, that's what you want.
Do I even have to say it at this point?
You could say it in Carnet for a change.
Shall I roll a
I'll
check
teach
to
you
see if he can?
Sure.
He's not dumb.
No. Smart boy.
Just a straight intelligence.
Yeah.
It's not bad. It's not bad. It is a 16.
16. You managed to get it out. A little bit stunted, somewhat similar to Laurent's. But he smiles and kisses your forehead. You know, you helped me a lot with her And there's a weird feeling in me that I can't really describe. So I can kind of relate to what
Emma,
you're feeling.
would you mind redoing your camera? I'm sorry. I know you're going to get
Yeah.
annoyed if you watch it back and you're not synced up.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Loran, what said?
Weird feeling.
Weird feeling with everything after what happened, what we did to her. And I know that whilst it's very different, there's similarities. To how we were treated. So I get it. At least a little bit. And I'm going to use that feeling, that small grasp on understanding that I have to help you in any way I can. I know it's got to come from you, but even if all I can do is take a little bit of that weight, I will. Okay?
Okay. I mean, we'll see how we go with me and Jerome. I mean, we're smaller than Cruel, but without magic, I don't fancy that he's particularly strong, especially not with severe frostbite to most of his limbs.
No. My mother is. Go. I'm sorry for
Boy.
the FD&D. Loran says, I actually have no doubt in my mind that it will come to that. Funnily enough. The two of you against him. But I wouldn't be surprised if something did go wrong. At least if we know, we can prepare our hearts for it.
Yeah. It's just I want this to be it. I don't know how much longer I can keep playing with him.
Ulster, I promise you this is it. We will ensure of it. After tomorrow, never again. The last thing we have to do is the contract.
Yeah. Guess I better figure out my last words to him then. Not that he'll really care anyway, but if it does come down to it and he attacks, make sure Jerome gets away. First, I have my beast shape and Jerome doesn't. So if it looks like Karul is going to physically attack, I'll last longer. Get him out?
You're asking me this? You're asking this of me?
And then come back for me.
With that caveat. All right. I can certainly do this for you.
I think Ulster kisses him at that point and just holds on to him.
And as you guys settle in for a long rest, we'll take a small break. Oh, is there anything? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Okay. All right. We'll take a small break, get some tea, get some snacks, and I will see you very soon.
Sounds good. We'll be right back.
Alrighty.
We have audio once again, and we now have video. Hello, we're back online.
Indeed we are. Alright then. So, as you all go to your various resting places, Slia, remembering that you urgently had something you needed to speak to Loran about, you rush back up to all stairs, knock on the door, and after but a moment, you see Loran peer around. He is wearing a, you know those, like, widow robes, like, with just, like, the... Yes. He's wearing one of those. And he just peers around and says, Slia,
Could she have done her...
bold of you to come here at this hour. Go on.
Could she have done her sending before going?
Oh, sure. What would you like your sending to have been?
Again, in like a mix of... Are you alright?
It was very hot. I forgot because my teacup had cooled down. It's okay. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it. It's okay.
Cold water?
I have a little bit. That's fine.
I couldn't tell if it was a hot or cold reaction.
It was quite warm. My teacup had been sitting. Go away, music. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. So, what was your sending?
In a mix of Undercommon and Dwarvish, which is just going to be a new theme with Slya's sendings for Inia. Hey, just wanted to check in, see how y'all are settling in, and just tell you that I love you.
And yeah, for Inia, same. Yeah, I love you too. Settled, in fine. Janzia, Onric. Twins? Because you remember the twins still live with Janzia. Just to remind everyone.
There was this brief moment in Slya's head where she goes, "Are we expecting twins now?"
No, I'm twins. And can I just clarify? You left Keon in Janzia's care.
Where did we leave Keon? Just
Cass.
to make sure. Where did Cass leave Keon?
No, I think
Sarah's a fan.
No, he was in. He was in someone's care. Who's the name of?
It would be Janzia's.
If it was Slya's mom, then yeah.
Is it
So we've got 3 kids in the shop.
Yeah, that's good for Loren's
Yeah,
health.
I don't think. Okay.
Loren's gonna have
You know
4
what?
kids. It'll be fine.
We can check the exacts, but let's say for now. She just
Let's
lists
say that.
who is there.
I'm happy with that.
She lists who is there, and you are satisfied that it is everybody you know should be there, whoever that might be. And you can sort of almost hear her smiling as she says, "They're making a mess, and I love it. It means I can organize more." See you soon. Stay safe.
Anxious parent Thomas in the corner.
I'm just gonna really quickly turn off the music, which I love playing.
I mean, going up to Bran's room at night, this music is probably appropriate.
Probably.
Yeah.
High trepidation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she knocks and
Also appears from under the robe. Hello.
Slya kind of like eyes kind of go down to like Brian, but she's kind of like looking up like
I would advise you
supposed to be
stop
looking
looking
at
around
this.
this point. Yes, that's important. For your own health and safety.
Sarazar mentioned that your shop would be somewhere safe.
Indeed. Very safe. You mentioned this because?
He also mentioned potentially having my wife staying there until we can figure out a place to put her.
Indeed, in the hypothetical, yes, it was all mentioned, very certain. Certainly, yes. Go on, Slya. Go on, Slya.
The less he's wearing, the more intimidating he is.
It's his defense mechanism.
It is true.
Great.
He just starts stripping.
Fire is Fire is also my defense mechanism, but I prefer this one.
It's more effective.
This is definitely more effective, yes.
Mhm. He shimmies the robe halfway down his arms.
Alter pulls it back up.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I respect you too much to do more than this.
Anyways, I don't know if you're aware, my wife is obsessed with magic. She's
Yeah.
keeping things very organized.
Wonderful. Glad to hear that. I don't know if you're aware, but rent in somewhere like that in Ironstone is sizable. So what I will do is I will figure out an arrangement that we can come to. And
Yes.
no,
Alter's like fully arms
No.
crossed.
no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let you stay there for free because our lives are in danger. And you would do the same for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure she'll keep things running, hopefully
I'm
more organized
sure she
than
will.
Leo on his own would be doing.
Actually, I am looking for a new Timmons. How does she feel about being duplicated into 3?
I don't suppose she might enjoy that while she's pregnant.
We can think on this after.
Honestly, she'd probably enjoy that. But again, not.
Is that everything?
We will discuss this, yes. So thank you, Slya.
Yes, I'm gonna.
I now have to go and take this robe off. Oh.
I had
One
another
more.
favor to ask, but I haven't finished the blanket for your parents yet. I just wanted a little bit of enchantment help.
Yep. That's sweet. That is so adorable. You're making a gift for my parents that I will have to charge for, but I love the sentiment. Yes, of course. I will accept your commission. Looks at Ulster.
Yeah,
Discounted
Slya
rate.
just started taking steps back, like away from the door. Have a good night.
Good night.
We
Slya.
will.
Yeah, and she makes her way back.
It's safe. I'll safe. All right. The door slips closed behind you. And you frolic down the stairs with a flush in your cheeks.
Yep. She probably like trips a little bit on her tail, trying to speed down.
Lauren has that effect on people.
Alrighty. So you guys all settle in for a long rest. It is a night that is quiet, though not without incident. Ulster. As you rest, you hear the winds outside beginning to pick up. You hear the settling sounds of the ice palace, the creaks and the shifts of the glacial desert below. And you kind of just, your eyes crinkle slightly, one kind of like slightly pulling open as you hear another sound join the winds.
Immediately, like,
Sitting up, the first thing you feel is a breeze coming in from your balcony.
is it Jerome?
Is it? You can go out and have a look.
He'll first scan the room before he goes to the balcony.
Okay. You scan the room, make a perception check for
Soft
me.
voice is scary.
I know what I'm doing.
29.
Oof. And Brian knows what he's doing. You you look all around the room, but you don't see anything too out of the ordinary. Loran is sleeping next to you, just kind of like lightly holding your hand. The door is shut. Nothing looks disturbed. It's only just the windows creaked open, and when you look back to it, I think you see a single flash of a red eye staring back at you.
That's not terrifying at all. I think Ulster will go and open the window to let who he thinks is Jerome in.
You open the window, and you see Jerome. Gerald. He's not pressed quite up against it. He is seated, sort of just like perched on the railing of the balcony, and huddled in his arms, clearly fast asleep. You notice Valis as well. And when he sees you, he just says, "I'm sorry I'm late."
It's okay. Can I insight check him just to see his general emotional state?
Okay.
Again, the soft voice is scary. 27.
If anybody wants to check the chat. 27.
27.
Okay. All right. With a 27 on insight, you can tell that Gerald is noticeably shaken. Although he is clearly holding it together enough to have come here, enough to have brought Valis, even if it was in the middle of the night. Even it is still bright outside, considering all things considered, but a dim brightness. You notice the way that he holds Valis, though. It's slightly more delicately than you'd expect, as if he's being careful with one of his arms.
It must be cold. Would you like to bring him in?
Yes. Yes. Is there somewhere we won't be detected?
Probably in here. I can get some more bed clothes, set them up on the carpet. It's fur.
Right.
You'll be warm.
And Gerald just nods and moves in to the room quietly. And Ulster, you see Loran stir slightly, just opens an eye just to like look, but gives you a nod. And in your mind, you just hear a message say, "Would you like help?" A little sleepily.
Would you mind setting up the bedclothes for Valis and Gerald in front of our bed? I'm just going to take Gerald aside a moment.
Loran kind of stretches and tucks Valis at the foot of your bed whilst he goes into the back room and starts setting something up. And where do you take Gerald?
I think you'll take Gerald into the bathroom area.
Okay.
The room.
Yep.
Shut the door.
Mm-hmm. He just kind of stands there. I'm sorry for interrupting like this. I can go to
It's
somewhere else.
It's not interrupting. We were just sleeping. So, do you want to talk?
I don't know. Actually, I don't really know what to say. What to think.
Bye, everyone. Is he still wrapped up like in his traveling cloak?
Yes. You notice that he does kind of seem quiet in a way that you kind of haven't noticed in him since your conversations when you guys were in the veins of Animpa, when he was being very deliberately distant.
I think also just is remembering like visions of Dural in pain around Karul and Karul not doing anything. So even if he's not the most like qualified, can I take your coat?
He slowly starts to remove it, and I think you know what you see.
I think also very slowly reaches to take Dural's hand and just pulls him over to where the sinks are. And he starts running the magical water. He starts up and he's going to help just clean Dural up. And I think he'll drop a little healing word on him.
So you do that. And it's enough to bring him back to a good level. And you notice he just kind of like turns his head away. And isn't really looking at you whilst you do this for him. And you kind of see him fighting the urge to kind of just like pull away.
It's okay. You don't need to explain anything to me. Just let me help however I can.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Kind of manages to roll his sleep down a little. And leans against the edge of there's a wash basin. It's kind of like leans against the edge of it. I don't know how to be around him. I don't know how I'll react.
He's not in a good way. I think he knows something's wrong. But Dural, I understand the feelings. I was trying to tell Loran before, but I think for now, when we look at him, we have to acknowledge that we're seeing two versions of him that we knew. And we've got to decide which one is the greater threat. And we know that he doesn't care about either of us or about Valis. He cares about himself. And we are worth more. You're worth more.
You know, he said to me once that what he was working to bring about was inevitable. That it was best, if it was going to happen, to rule over it rather than suffer the consequences.
I don't want to tell you everything I've seen. But he always... I'm going to tell him. He always lost because he could never love anyone. Even if you have ashes to rule over, there's someone who's going to turn you to ashes if you break their heart. And he just keeps doing that. Any version of him.
Ash is too good for him.
I agree. I think he would enjoy fire far too much. We'll give him blood and ice.
Blood I know I can do. I know I have to be there. I have to see it happen. At least. And I'll try and carry it out with you. If you'll let me.
If that's what you want. If it's what you need. But Gerard, he will try and sway you. The number of times he's tried to do that to me, speaking to the smallest, weakest parts of myself. It hurts a lot. Makes me feel like I did back then, that I needed him. That he was what made me worthwhile, gave me my power, my identity. He doesn't. And maybe I can't see that fully clearly right now, but at least I know he doesn't. He gives nothing to no one.
Nothing to know. You're right.
No one will remember him.
We'll make him nothing. Is the rest of your party, are they with you?
They're sleeping. We can meet them in the morning. I'm gonna go down to see what state he's in. It's
Let
not
me
being,
come with you.
if you want.
Okay.
Okay. I've told my parents to trust you. They'll let you come to the trial and the execution. So, Gerald, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told myself. If you think there's any chance that he's going to win you, show me. I'll stop you. Like you promised to stop me.
If you do need to put me down, make sure that he's safe.
I won't put you down. I won't take you from him. I won't let Carol hurt you either, more than's necessary if he does get to us. He already tried to strangle me. I don't know what he would do to you.
I have some ideas. Best not to dwell on those, I suppose. Better to sleep.
Better to sleep and let him think of what we're going to do to him.
Thank you.
It's really okay. I know I'm not the most comforting person, but if you just need to express your pain, tell me. It won't help. It's temporary.
You're right. And I will. If it becomes relevant, I will.
Trust you.
I'll change in here. I don't think you want to see.
Do you need appropriate clothes? We might be going outside and we're a similar size. Might be a bit short.
I've heard that's fashionable in a shissel these days.
Well,
I might even come back a changed man.
You can keep them. I have more clothes than I need.
I'll borrow them.
Okay. I think Auster will slip out to get Droll a couple of changes of clothes.
Yep. There is a bed fully made outside. And Loran's just sitting at the foot of it. You could tell he kind of could hear. He just gives you a nod. Sunken into the covers, almost lost amongst them, you just see a small head just like...
In a little bed.
Yeah, like a dagger in one hand, just like...
Oh, Valis.
Oh, Valis indeed.
So just tucks him in. Like.
So, all tucked in, you guys are able to head to sleeps. Properly this time. Also, as you settle down, you hear Jarrell slip into bed beside Valis.
I thought you were going to say I heard him slip in the bathroom. I was like, Gerald, no, not on the tile.
Oh, no, so sad. He slips into bed beside Valis. And you guys can have a long rest and a well-earned one. At that, and my iPad has just died, so I will go and grab the cable very quickly. I'll be right back.
Long rest, yay.
Long rest.
Boop.
Who's ready to kill Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Time to get our murder on.
Let's destroy him.
Murder time.
Bye, Carl.
Love him.
Cold-blooded
him.
Moida.
I want to destroy him. Sorry.
Destroy. We will.
Murder.
You know that as a quote from somewhere? Because I know that as a quote from exactly one place, and I wouldn't think it's where you'd know it from.
Emperor's, isn't it Emperor's New?
Ah.
What's
Okay,
up?
well maybe. Okay, look, I know it from like
I don't
The
know.
Adventures of Leno and Woodley, which is like a small
I could be
TV
wrong.
series with a comedy duo in Australia.
Huh.
What's that?
Love him. I want to destroy him.
That's a good quote, though.
I'm sure it's like from some sort of film that I've never seen because I don't.
Gotham.
That makes sense. It
I
said
don't
several
want to
times.
kill him. I want to destroy him.
It sounds like an Austin Powers quote almost.
Could work on multiple.
We're going to hold the world hostage for $1 million.
$1 million. It's, money's worth a lot more these days. You can ask for more.
$2 million.
Yeah. So we have to take the average worth of a human life. According to people in government, we're in the negative. Oh, not good.
That's dark.
Oops.
Sounds like people
Yeah.
in government are worth the life of a. Sorry, I'll say are worth exactly one knife.
Oh!
Or, hang on, wait, how many
One
was it in
Caesar.
Caesar? 38?
Spicy meatball.
Who do we appreciate?
How many should we? Caesar! Oh my
That's
gosh!
really
Wait, I have to tell you
damn
something.
Sorry. Yeah.
I have to tell you something. My kids at school, they have to come and pick me up from the teacher's room to take me to the classroom because that's how Japan works. And there's this one school where they do. There's these like 3 Yankee boys, like full-on Yankees. Like one's got dyed hair, one is like kind of just like walks around like this, and like the other one is just like quiet but like
Has
T-posing
energy.
presence. Do you know what I mean? Has energy. These 3 Yankee boys, and they'll always talk to me about their favorite anime, and they always mention JoJo. But the way they talk is like they talk in like references in Japanese, so they're almost incomprehensible. But they'll just be like every now and again randomly Caesar, like right in front of me, and I'm just like, fuck, what's happening? And that's what my life is like.
Emma, what do you
It's
mean
quite good.
young boys? Like,
Gangster.
Yankees, gangster boys.
Yeah, Yankee is like a.
The teachers call him Yankee. Kobayashi Sensei is like one of my favorite teachers, and she literally just like pointed at him one day and was like, "He's a Yankee," and I was like, "Oh, okay." Wonderful. But yeah. Anyway, a really fun thing to do is like say their names in like a JoJo accent. Like a JoJo like way of saying it. So just like instead of saying Shusei, I'll be like Shusei. That's what at front of the class when I'm calling on them. It's quite funny.
oh my god, that's adorable. That's so cute.
Very cute.
Yankees are cute.
Anyway,
until the age of
so
12.
Until what?
Until the age of 12. Then they're
The age
scary.
of 12. These kids, yep, these kids are on the cusp. Anyways, so
Let's kill Carl. Let's kill Carl.
let's kill. You guys wake
Carl,
up
more like Carl.
on the second day.
Let's unalive Carl.
Let's unalive him.
Let's buy him a farm.
So
I don't
on the
understand.
second day,
Take him out to pasture.
Yeah, you
Oh.
bought the farm. Yeah, kind of.
Sorry, Emma.
Sorry.
that's okay.
Mm.
Emma's like, let me start.
Let me do my scene.
Sorry.
So you guys awake on the morning of the second day of your stay in the Maasai. And it's actually a fairly pleasant morning. It's cold, but it's not bitterly so. There is a thick cloud cover, which means that the blinding sun of the Everday, which just kind of like lies over the Maasai at this time of year, considering you are on the pole, is shielded from you, mercifully. Those of you in Sorelasa's mansion don't wake up to such a view. You wake up to where it is you chose fell asleep randomly that night. I'm assuming some of you are on the some of you are just on the couches, some of you finding rooms. Bluey, I assume you went to someone actually in the palace, so you wake up in your little double bed, wherever that might be.
If
Did you not want to?
I think I decided I'll sleep with everybody else.
Okay, so you just say
Yeah.
You guys all wake up and you have a quick bite to eat and decide to meet up, I believe, as
Well, I'm sure.
you probably would have planned. Also, it takes an extra moment to kind of like wake up Valis as he just kind of like clings to the furs, his teeth chattering, and he seems to be incredibly adverse to the Messian climate.
Also gets him another fur. It's like, there.
I want to look like a sheep,
You do.
or I'm not getting out.
You look like a sheep. He puts a little hat on top of Alice's head. There you go.
I can't see, it's too big. I don't want to go out.
Also tilts it back. There you go.
Okay. dispute.
You'll be spending the morning with our good friends. Your father and I will only be gone a moment. Is this okay?
What are you conspiring about?
Terrible, wicked things. None of your concern.
I like terrible, wicked things.
When you're older. Ulster pats him on the head.
How old are you?
27.
When I'm 27, I'll get you.
Understood.
Gerald says, when you're 27, you'll barely be a child. What? Nothing. And Dallas grumps and then hobbles out. You almost worry that he's going to just barrel roll down the stairs in that outfit, but Loran goes ahead just in case to catch him. Everybody else, you quickly see as you're kind of like slowly waking up, the door is thrown open by sleepy-eyed Loran, who just says, "Small child incoming. They look like a sheep." And from behind you just see hobbling inside Valis.
Aww.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Good morning, Valis.
Hello. Good morning. Pulls out a dagger.
Is that at Cass?
Yeah.
Or is that at someone in particular? Alright, Cass would also pull out a dagger and be like, has your form improved?
Ah! He rushes for you.
Does he have disadvantage as he's a sheep currently?
He trips and rolls.
So here's what I'm going to do.
It's like
I'm going to roll a dexterity check at disadvantage. It's the first roll with my beautiful rose quartz dice.
Oh.
Thank you. So, and it's for
Okay,
to
and what do you
prevent
want me to
Valis
roll?
tripping over. So let's just see if he makes it to you first. Natural 20 on the pink one for the first roll. It's a shame it's at disadvantage. He rolled a 14, so he stumbles, but he makes it over. So, you know what? Let's just roll me 2 attacks. 2 attacks.
Oh. Okay.
That's okay. Hey, it's okay. No, you can keep that roll and just add your attack bonus to it if you want to.
Attacks. Where's it?
Yeah.
Where's the D20?
And he'll roll 2 as well. High
no,
roller, this
I
dice.
just couldn't find my die.
Bless.
That is a 23.
23. Perfect. You see Valis comes forward and just like, ha ha! But you manage to like spin out of the way and you grab the fake stabby dagger. And there's a moment where where Valis is like, oh my god, because he looks like you're really about to stab him. And then you remember it's the fake one. And he's like, heh. And I think that's probably, you land a few blows. A small spar, and it's all pretty
Nice.
fun for him, you can imagine. He's smiling. It's like, I think I've improved a little bit. I'm even better when I'm not swaddled.
You definitely have. Yeah, I mean, look, you're currently very swaddled and you did a very good job.
Yeah.
Showed that her fist. Valis, don't leave me hanging.
And you see
Yeah.
he pumps your fist, and you see there's a moment where he just kind of like tries to just kind of like hook his finger under one of your bracelets as you would do the fist bump, but then he fumbles it and he's like, I wasn't stealing.
Well, I would have been more impressed if you had actually managed to steal it. So you need to up your stealing game, Valis. But you did very good.
All right
Almost
then.
had it.
I see a
See, I
challenge.
can't say this, but like I have to say it. I wasn't stealing anything. Yeah, not like that. You're not.
Oh come on, no, Slayer has to say it.
Yeah, go on, Slayer.
I think
Covered in
Slayer. Well, I can understand if Slayer maybe, upon seeing Valis, has an instinctual reaction to look outside, considering she knows who that heralds.
Yeah.
You notice just kind of like looking in. You see Gerald.
After her little spar with Valis, Cass is like to Loran, like, mention.
Mention.
Babby.
Okay. Ulster turns to you. Ulster. Loran turns to you, Ulster. And he just says, so I can do the mention, forbiddance and all that, whilst you speak with him. Will you be okay?
I think we'll be okay. If Cyrus is still down there.
I trust. He gives you a kiss and then kind of starts setting up the his own mansion opposite Sir Oloras's on a clear patch of wall. All right.
Just like,
Neff and Bluey, there's nothing you guys are specifically doing with your morning? We'll head down to Karul.
I think we're just heading down, yeah? I'm just chilling
Yeah,
out.
support. Emotional
You
support,
guys are going to come as well?
moral support, physical support.
he probably won't let you
Okay.
come in to Karul.
We're gonna guard the door.
Mm.
Okay. You guys wanted to guard the door to Loran's mansion.
Yep, I'll offer to do that, and I'll look to Bluey if Bluey wants to join.
Okay. You guys stand tall, arms crossed.
And I look to Brian.
Make your way, all stare.
We all stand guard, I say in Messiah.
Oh, cute. Miss
Doing very well there.
She nods, with a smile.
Also smiles and then turns and leaves.
Amazing. As you go deeper down to the basement, the winds begin to pick up and whistle around you. And that kind of like familiarity that you'd felt with the rest of the castle that you kind of remember begins to sort of drift away as you come to this more foreign part. A place you'd only ever really spent a few moments in, let alone returning to within days.
Who's going down to Karul apart from Ulster and Joral?
I assume that was just it.
Oh, okay. It sounded like okay.
So, the two of you make your way down until you see a familiar flash of red hair pressed up against the back wall. There is a bedroll, but it has not been unfurled, and you can tell it's probably not been unfurled since the night before, and that if Saraza slept down here, he just nodded off in a seated position. Arms folded, he just looks forward, hand resting on the pommel of his sword. At the sound of your footsteps, he turns his head, and he sighs and gives you a smile. Ulster, and he comes over and gives you a hug.
Ulster hugs him back.
And he looks at Joral and just kind of puts his hand on his chest, but quite gently. You know what's past there, I assume. And Joral just kind of like, eyes kind of like drift almost through Sarazo for a moment, and then he nods. Making a point not to speak. And Sarazo drops his hand down.
Has anyone checked on him?
My mother has come through. My father relieved her at one point.
How is the frostbite?
Who even needs ears and noses?
Wow.
Can't see the rest. I can make an assumption.
Guess we know what to expect.
Wouldn't hurt if I removed them now. I won't, but it wouldn't.
Right. We'll go in.
You walk forwards, and you pass that threshold. And in the night, or in the timings in which you've all been upstairs and sleeping, either Zarina or Leander, you assume, has prepared Karul for this trial, which is honestly just a statement of execution, you know, by this point. He's sitting up, no longer bound by the ice, still in the clothes he came here in, only he's been given a single rotting fur. His nose is red, almost purple, and blackening at the tip. His ears are much worse. And he's shivering, but he hardly lets it show. It's only because you've lived here for so long that you can tell. And he sees you first. He looks up. He lets out like a chattering breath. And he gives a sort of small twinge, almost not like a smile, but like a reaction, like a tick in his mouth. And he looks at Gerald. And his eyes narrow, but only for a moment. And he slumps back in his seat. And also, you notice when Gerald sees him, there's like a jerking movement, as though to rush to him.
I think
But he stops.
I think Allstar just, as Gerald moves, he would ghost his fingers just across the hand where Gerald hurt himself. Just let Gerald feel that touch and then stop.
I think that's enough to stop him in the moment. And Coral looks at you expectantly. I assume you're here because you have something to say to me. But what could that be? What could it be?
Good morning.
Speak, then. Good morning. Good morning. And Drow replied. And to you. Coral looks up. Well, was that it? A greeting.
It's more a chance. If you have anything to say, I thought we'd do the courtesy of letting you first.
I don't think you know what you're getting. Keeping me here like that.
Sorry, Emma, that all cut out for me.
That's okay. He just says, I don't think you know what you're getting yourself into, keeping me here like this. You're incurring quite the debt. I'm quite the soul to have. Wonder how long you can keep hold of me.
You place a lot of value in your soul.
You think this body is the end?
No.
I'll let you in on a secret.
But it will still hurt. I know about souls, Cruel. I've brought many back. I know this probably isn't the end. But like I've said before, it's a start.
You in on a secret. There's plenty more of me.
You keep cutting out, Emma. I'm sorry, it might be a microphone thing.
It's okay, it's because I have to fix my mic for the echoes. It's alright. How's that?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay. He just said something like, He said, I let you in on a secret. There's plenty more of me out there.
How disturbing.
You seem unfazed.
I don't know what to believe anymore. Anything you say. You can threaten me with anything and I don't know if it's real.
You knew.
You what?
He leans forward. You knew. How? Tell me how.
Can I roll a deception check?
His passive insight is fairly high, but go for it. I'll say with disadvantage because he already has a belief in his mind.
Oh, is there any point in me rolling then? If he already believes it?
He has it to cover your base if you want to try it. It's up to you.
So I think it's just gonna be average.
That's okay.
UA. Where's my deception? This
Alphabet.
No, this sheet isn't alphabetically ordered. It's really annoying.
Oh, that's annoying. Oh, it's a picture of me and a lily.
It's a 14.
14. Yeah, and you get the impression that he's not quite assuaged. And Droll says, you aren't invulnerable. There are cracks. Little cracks all over you. Enough now that we can see through. And Crawl says, we thought we were us.
Also laughs a little bit when Crawl starts playing that on Droll.
Us and our son. No?
It's funny you say the same things to me, Crawl. You just got a playbook of lines to use on all your victims. What about our son, Crawl? Don't care about that now.
He's not here now, is he? And I don't think Droll would have left Valis behind.
You don't have a son.
You came. I don't have a son. You came here to let me have my final words, then these are them. I may have lines, I may have tropes and acts and anything. But this story is not finished. There is more of me, and it doesn't matter if you know that, because there's nothing you can do about it. Not without going to the ends of the earth.
Thanks for the hint. Are you done?
He looks at Sarasa.
Did Sarasa come in?
Sarasa's been there. He's been the one who's sort of watching over him. He's just been quiet because he knows this is more like, this is for you. Ends of the earth, eh? Looks down at his armor. Where have you been then? That would require such heat resistance.
This isn't an interrogation, Karol.
You could answer me. If you liked.
Or I could just not.
Alright, then don't. Then don't. Get out.
Emma, could you redo your camera, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ew.
Here
Read this. It's a DM. She's back for a moment. Strop returns.
Strop. That's it. Come on, you've got the man you loved and the boy you raised right here. There's nothing else you have to say.
The man I loved. The boy I raised. They would not have acted this way towards me. I have strangers who don't know what they've gotten themselves involved in. I told you to leave while you still can.
Okay, we'll leave. But I just wanted to clarify something before we did. Because last time we spoke, you said that you always won in every vision. I just wanted you to know that you didn't. Because you always lost me, your child, Gerald, your family, and anyone who loved you. You lost. And because of that, you failed. Any world you devastated was never yours in the end. Because you were always destroyed by the ones you thought loved you. Every time. I never told you that about those visions, did I? I only told you what you wanted to hear. Your child, me. You never won. Not once.
Go away.
I think Ulster will start moving, trying to move with Joral. Can I roll a sneaky insight check as they leave?
Yeah, sure.
18. Terrible roll.
all to death. Oh my goodness. Looking at him, first of all, you're pretty certain he has an idea. He can't, he can't possibly know the details. Not when he's acting like this, but you think he might have an idea. And whatever that idea was enough to have him on edge, and your words just then were like a hammer in the coffin. And there is something about him that is animalistic and Taoshiri-like in a way that he's never really shown. You get the impression that he must have always like kind of suppressed that kind of like animal side to him in a way that the Haines embraced instead. Well,
Is he a little bit upset?
A little bit upset. Ooh, boo, boo, boo. Ooh, boo, boo.
No.
Ooh, baby's a bit upset. And as you leave, Sarza takes a step out with you and just says, I should have changed my armor. But I'm very a simplistic person. I only really ever carry one set.
It's okay.
And I kind of thought he's a fiery guy and this would be the safest option.
It makes sense. You're okay. Might just make him fight a little bit harder to kill us, but we were expecting that.
We were. My mother will be back down soon. Do you want to be here when she arrives?
Can I insight check Jarrell?
You may.
14?
14?
Anyone who knows my additions knows that was a terrible roll.
Yeah. He seems visibly shaken. And it's kind of difficult when that was the first order to go away. You saw him kind of instinctively like move to follow it, but he didn't. There was a lot of fight in him, which seemed to have just almost pushed him a little bit to exhaustion then. But there's a sort of determination behind his eyes now in a way that wasn't really before. And as he kind of sees you scrutinizing him, he just says, I needed to see that. I needed to see that.
I'm sorry if what I was saying was a bit insensitive to you, but I didn't want him to use his script that he tried on me, on you, as soon as he started. It was the same. It's the same lines, it's the same play. And we can't let it work anymore.
Yep, you're right. It won't.
Gerald. Again, I didn't mention, but not that you need anything to. He told me he'd find someone else. If we didn't work, he didn't need us. Find someone else. And do what he did to us, to them. He said it easily.
We can't let that happen.
No.
I won't let it happen.
Can I insight check that? I don't want Gerald to do anything like scary.
Scary?
That's a love bit. That's 25.
He's real scary.
He's scary.
He's scary.
Does he seem like he's gonna do something crazy to Carl? I don't know.
Crazier than eating him?
Well, that's just a comparison. I mean, like, crazy by, like, standard.
We can't forget that Jaral has killed a lot of people.
Whoops. They're both so uwu. I love them. Justice for the uwu boys.
Killed a lot of people and then asked you all to wear their skin. Lol. Ha! Ain't that fun? But how have we redeemed this character? He deserves it. But oh my god, how did this happen?
We did it.
I'm proud of us.
We tried hard and believed in ourselves.
The power of friendship.
The power of friendship.
We got him, boys.
Yeah. I think it was a combination of Cass's cocktails, Neff's general disarray, Bluey's like gentle encouragement, Ulster's and Slya's hugs that got us here. And I like that a lot. So
should he be worried about Gerard?
I can't. I don't know what Ulster would consider crazy.
Does he
Give me
look
an example.
A similar unhinged level to Ulster?
Oh, you know he's always been walking that line. He has to be a little bit unhinged to get this far. You think? But in a similar way to Ulster, where he has a distinct cling on to his humanity in the situation, he has things that ground him and allow him to function and move on without, completely losing it at any given moment. So maybe he's not like. Maybe.
Okay. Ulster is going to look from Jaral to Saraza and say, I'm going to take Jaral for some tea. And
Kev makes nice tea.
He really does.
Sandwiches.
I'm glad you got to try them.
Oh, I probably shouldn't leave, but tell Kev this was a good read. I got bored down here. And he passes back a small book, which seemed to have been borrowed from the library.
Cute.
He brought it with the sandwiches. Oh, and there were plates. He just pulls out plates. Oh, cutlery, and pulls out a knife and fork. Oh, and there was a small floral arrangement, pulls out the flowers.
Oh, keep the flowers. They're for you, so.
Puts them in his bag. Okay.
I'll get rid of the rest of this. See you in a bit.
I'll be sitting with points to Coral.
Yeah, if he's too annoying, just point out that his nose looks like an eggplant.
Your nose looks like an eggplant. Does a from there. So you guys make your way to go and get some tea. Everybody else, you do know that Kev is very well known to prepare a breakfast spread for you. And you kind of would hear, I think, considering the placement of Ulster's. Actually, no, I think Loran would probably mind message once Forbiddance was done, Cass. Once the mansion was dissipated. He would probably mind message you, Ulster, just to make sure that everything was going all right.
I think Ulster will reply, I think he knows he's not happy.
Neat. We'll have some tea then. Turning to the rest of you.
Calming brew for Terrell.
Everybody, would you like to go and accost Kev a little bit? It's still early enough, I don't think we'll have...
Left nods.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Not gonna think about that. Sorry. God.
You okay?
Bluey? Anna?
Oh.
Okay, I assume someone just came in. Are you guys heading down to Kev's?
I'll head down.
Yeah. If Slya wants to make sure that somebody is with like
Yeah.
Valis, but yeah.
Well, I saw Kev earlier. I could stay with Valis
the
here.
dragon says, "I can look after children."
I might just stay here as well. I saw Kev earlier, and
Can I insight check that? Not that I don't trust Sorella, it's just like this ancient being, and it's like, yes, I can watch the children. Okay.
Hello, sorry. I just got delivered on a large platter. I just got delivered a Lindt chocolate ball. So
oh,
That's cute.
we'll have that. This is the breakfast I'm being offered.
Cute. All right, so you insight check him, and there's an eldritch kind of confidence to that, which is kind of scary to you, mortal being.
Yeah.
Maybe it translates closer to, I can raise beings such as myself for my kin. Surely this is no different. Oh my.
I feel like Slya just kind of like she hesitates for a minute and just goes, he likes shiny things. And then
Valis,
And
have you
sharp
ever
things.
seen Valis, have you ever seen a dragon?
this is a great start. I'm gonna go give Kev a blanket and have some tea.
Wonderful. His line was going to be, "Am I looking at one?" It's a bit too meta for a 10-year-old, though. So
Yeah.
Last nods, and Neff, you and Valis are escorted into the void room as your other
Ooh.
friends go and get some tea.
the void room.
And subject to a dragon dance. Wow! And it's very shiny. All right. So you guys head down to Kep's, and you intersect with Gerald and Ulster just as you're about to enter into the room. With a you hear a very excited as the door is opened, and you see Kev is immaculately dressed except for the little sleeping bonnet he's forgotten to take off in the night, which he's just like left attached to his head, and he clearly hasn't noticed, and he's like bows incredibly deeply. I am glad that you remembered my amazing breakfast spreads. Please come on in. Oh my, you've been to war. He looks at Gerald and Ulster, looking visibly shaken. Chamomile, and he runs to go get chamomile tea.
As he runs, can I do a sleight of hand check with my mage hand? Try and take off the sleeping bonnet without letting him know.
Bonnie,
So I save him some embarrassment.
Cute. Yeah, you can. Little Bonnie.
Okay. Though I'm not very good at Dex, so this will be interesting. But we'll do it.
I was watching the game the other day where Cass slapped Laran on the butt with her mage hand, and I was like,
And blamed it on Ulster.
you blamed it on us.
Oh,
Yes.
they were so young.
They were so cute. The encouragement needed for the two of them, but now they're a world of their own.
You. All right.
That was a
So-
natural 20 on the Dex check for
Perfect.
sneaking
You
off the bonnet.
pocket in just the right point as he's leaning down. The ribbon becomes untied, and all he feels is just a little tickle. He's like, "Oh, a bug!" Slaps himself in the cheek. Ah!
Be careful, Kev.
Tea. Starts pouring tea. Do you know? I've gotten into the habit of herbology, and I'm quite good at it. I've made sleeping draughts. I've made hair growth draughts. I might open up my own little, well, not establishment, but like a little cart where I could sell homemade goods.
Why not?
Maybe.
We
you
can have a line
sample
of
some
your
of them.
potions in Laran's store.
Looks
Looks
to
at
Loran. Yeah. Loran is like, show me what you got. I already have a supplier I'm interested in working with from a shizzle named Aaron, but if you can offer me something a bit more different from what he is going to, then I'll happily take it.
Franchise. We're looking to expand his business as now he has competition. He whispers the last word to Kev.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Kev's like, okay, we could discuss maybe after this business is finished.
Best to do it quickly. He's not in a good mood.
Oh, all right then. A quick breakfast. English isn't real here.
Floral
Pray and muffins. Floral breakfast. Oh my goodness, a pray and muffins with edible flowers and cream cheese. Yes.
Yum.
Delicious.
It's the sweet kind of cream cheese that's like Japanese like sweet food is full of. So there you go. You guys begin to have a sweet breakfast. Some of the Messian staples are there. There is a frozen fish pate, which is nice and salty, very refreshing. It's good. Like imagine like
That sounds good to me.
Yeah, imagine like sashimi.
Okay, I'm sure Cass would like it because Cass isn't vegetarian, but me personally, that is especially as someone who hates fish.
For sure. It's
like the worst.
I understand as a vegetarian, I'm sure. But seafood is a huge thing in the Maasai. Sashimi even more so.
Ulster's pescatarian.
Hell yeah. Good thing Rand's favourite food is barnacles.
There we go. He will if it's like a cultural thing, he'll eat anything, but by preference.
Also, as a pescatarian, something seems fishy about that.
Sorry.
He will, however, prepare chicken sandwiches for Laran. He knows he likes them.
He do. Oh. So, you guys settle down. Sorry. You guys settle down, and Kev just carries on the conversation comfortably, talking about potions, and also you realise he's gotten much better at talking to you in the time you've been away. Maybe it's something about having Neff open up his eyes as to truly not being able to waste his words. Oh. He's a better boy now.
Can I share with the group just a couple small things, if that's okay? I think also we'll just say, Karul is very unhappy. Sarazo was wearing his armor from the City of Brass, and he didn't take well to that. He was like, "Where have you been?" And then I was like, "Would you like to know?" And he didn't like that either. So then we kind of told him we don't like him, and he's useless and he's lost. And then he was very unhappy. And then he tried to like pull his whole like, "Ooh, you love me" on Jaral, and I was like, "No, you can't use those lines anymore." And then Jaral was strong and good, and then basically I told Karul to shut up, and then we left.
It was very good, Jaral says. Laran says, "Just that's wonderful. I'm very proud."
Exactly what
Now
happened.
let's go cut off his feet.
Yes.
Yes, they need to be cut off. They're disgusting.
Chop chop.
Before we leave, Kev, I made this for you. And she offers him the blanket.
Oh.
Kev freezes as he's malfunctioned.
It's a gift.
Starts crying immediately. Just like,
Also, like, no, shh. Here, we wrap it around you. We can just tie it under your chin. Beautiful.
I love it.
Kev doesn't have many friends, says to Slya.
Lady
Wanted to show
Slya,
my
thank you.
appreciation to you for, caring for Brian. And
Lady Slya starts piling your plate with more and more foods.
no, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Everything was wonderful.
Floral arrangement. More food.
We can keep it for later. Might want snacks during the execution.
So that's
Oh.
yes, that's today.
Kev, you're not going, are you? Say no.
No.
Good. I need to talk to you. He grabs Kev and spirits him away. Kev.
All stare. Ah!
Actually, Loran, could you come too? Sticks his head in.
Hello. Ah!
I need to give you something. We cannot have this at the trial. You're the only one I trust. Loran,
All right.
I've heard of spells which can kind of disguise the aura of things. Is there anything you could do? Pulls out the painite. Just for a bit.
Let me have a think of what I have in my arsenal. Chotomate, a moment. Randahain, D&D Beyond. Okay. What can Loranda Hain do? Who knows? I do.
Everything.
Okay. So, spells. Conceal, don't feel. Don't let them know. That's not in key. Okay, Loran says... Right. At this very moment, not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But, I can hide Kev from divination magic, so that nobody would, if they were to infiltrate his mind, nobody would know he has it.
That would work.
All right, Kev, are you ready? Your mind is about to become an iron fortress. And Kev's like, what? As he puts a spell weaved into his mind, and Kev's eyes just flash a slightly brighter color. That felt strange. What was the purpose? What do I need to carry? I'm sorry.
This is a very powerful magical item. I would advise you not to perform any magic whilst you have it on you. But we can't bring it to the trial because there's a chance that Karul would be able to tap into its power. I'm taking a risk by giving it to you, but I think it's more of a risk to bring it. He looks at Loran as well to see if this is a smart idea. More of a risk to bring it to the execution.
You see him kind of cave slightly, like a sort of very a strong fighting part of himself has kind of like fallen to a weakness here, and he just says, "Your Highness, I don't know if I'm worth this trust."
I trust you.
And I trust your judgment.
If anyone comes for you, Kev, to take that.
I won't let them.
If your life is in danger, go to the teleportation circle. Get out. We'll find you right after. I promise. If you go to Ishissel, there's Corvius, there's Shu. Be able to protect you.
Courage too.
Courage too. Dragon. Fairy dragon, but...
Kev just lifts a hand to one of his ringlets. And you see he has a very, very small sort of like sewer's cutter on his thumb and just flicks it across. I don't know if I'm supposed to give this to you, but I know that's kind of how it...
Give me another one. I like to keep insurance. Ulster will take both, and one he will go put back in his room where he keeps all the other hair in his secret stash, and the other one he'll keep on him. I'm sorry, Kev, but you're the only one I trust.
If I die or if I leave or go missing, can you tell my father I'll come back?
I'll bring you back. But
Thank you very much for the
please, if you can get to the teleportation
$11.70
circle.
donation, Jaeger or Larson. Appreciate you.
I fight for you.
I hope one day I don't have to ask this of you. He's going to lean in and give Kev a kiss on the forehead and just hug him.
Kev takes healing from the chew. So, as you finish up your conversation with Kev, in your mind, I think all of you hear a voice you recognize to be Zarina.
Oh, phew.
Karul.
Cool. Haha, you thought you beat me?
A voice that you recognize to be Karul. No. A voice you recognize to be Zarina. And she calls out to you all and says, right then. You were probably expecting this, but in case you weren't, it is time to assemble. We'll need to have a meeting before this whole thing begins. We won't be in the throne room.
BC, assemble.
We won't be in the throne room. Come instead to the war room.
Okay.
Which I think is a pretty cool line. Also, you do know there is a presence of a war room in the Ice Palace. It is a room just above the dungeons, which is rarely used. But it is sprawling, filled with maps of the area, as much of the Messiah that has been charted as possible. Of course, not necessarily
Greetings
the center,
from Norway in the springtime.
as you would know it, the
Hope
pole
you are
itself.
well, L.
But the roots of migrations past. It also keeps a log of various tomes and various histories, which you know, considering the Messiah doesn't really ever go beyond its own area, is quite thin. But it's substantial enough to give them an idea of what to expect if they were ever to come under attack from a given nation, and it is added to as and when necessary. And when you enter into the war room this time, you see the members of the Sealy Court are sat along one side of a long ice table. Carved into the table is a replication of this map. In fact, it seems to sprawl just beyond the Maasai to as much of the known world as possible. It is a massive thing. And even the members of the Feywild are watching it with a consideration and a curiosity that you haven't seen on their faces before. It's a work of art. Your mother and your father are stood at one end of the table, side by side. Both are not in their robes, but are in clothing which seems to echo the gear of an active soldier. Your father is obviously still fully covered, just as he is always.
No battle corset for him.
No battle corset for him. Thick leathers up to his neck, and a fur cloak that is clipped so that it rests just above his ankles, revealing thick fur-lined boots, whilst your mother wears no cloak, instead just wearing a simple set of armor, very well designed, very well made, with an extra headdress on over her circlet to ensure that it does not at any point get pulled from her head without her will, against her will. Also in the room, you do see the few bare bones representatives who have been who have remained, in the Ice Palace. Like I said before, these are not necessarily people that you know by name. They are people, however, that you recognize as being attendants of the palace for a while. They seem to be mostly the chieftain of the guard, who you know is stationed here and commands the sort of skeleton crew that runs the Ice Palace in the absence of the usual druids. Slyan'ssun, the actual woman who has been tasked with running the teleportation circle, and Neff, who you know also has a hand in running the library downstairs, as Sharpistol did mention it earlier, although you did not see her down there at the time. You do not see anyone who is representative of the foreign tribes. As you know, migration is currently underway. Other than this group of people, only yourselves enter. And eyes fall on the stranger first. Sharpistol and Roll Me both looking at Dural with curiosity. And the Seelie Court as well, looking over you, and their eyes passing over Dural, and then back. And then, without any frame of reference for recognition, just passing over again. As you make your places alongside the table, one last body filters inside. Zarina. You notice Sarazar is not here, neither is Leander, and there's a moment where you're almost expecting them to come through the door, and then Zarina says, "We will not be expecting my husband or my eldest. They are looking after you-know-who. And I'm only just realizing this is the first time I'm actually meeting the two of you face to face after already spending quite a while here. What a shame. What a shame we could not meet sooner." And she sort of just like strolls over to Roll Me and Sharpistol. You notice a theme amongst her Haines, which is that she is dressed incredibly inappropriately for this weather. But it does not seem to bother her, as she keeps a fey temperature, sort of just like in like an eco dome around her for her magic, just at all times. She looks good. And Roll Me instantly just shies back when it's obvious that she's going for a hug, and she just puts her hands up and says, "Apologies. Don't worry me." Gives him a small pat on the cheek. She looks at him. He looks at her. She looks at him. He looks at her. "This isn't the time, is it? Okay, I'm going to instead." And then she moves around and says,
We've got war flashbacks to Allstar and Loran in season 1, just like,
She looks at Sharpistol. She looks at Ulster. "Ah. You're a druid. And very powerful and beautiful at that. Amazing. Wonderful."
Can I insert Sharpistol?
You may.
24.
24. She is astounded by this creature in front of her.
Also just leans over to Loran. Is this a problem?
Surely not.
No.
No. Zarina starts attempting to hug Sharpistol. Sharpistol just... "Maybe not now."
Oh.
And Zarina says, "Oh, I understand. I'm going to move away now. I'm very powerful. Just so you know."
She is.
Okay. This is fine. This is fine.
Heartbreaking.
So, I am incredibly pleased to have you all here. My friends, she looks to you lot. My family looks to Ulster, Loran. And my co-workers, I assume, from now, looking to the rest of the table. I think we all know why we are here, at which point Sharpistol says, "I think we all do. And I think we all remember where we are and who is in charge." Zarina says, icy! Oh, it's cold. Okay. I'll just be quiet then. Not like I'm keeping him here or anything.
As long as we have mutual respect for one another, I'm sure it can be a collaborative discussion.
I agree. Oh, Zarina says to you all stare. Shapistel says, yes. Apologies. Looks at Serena, and Serena just smiles. I'm sorry myself.
Bully me more, Shapistel.
Oh, yeah. So, Shapistel leans over the table and she says, I think we know that whatever is coming, whatever it is Coral intends to bring, is going to be unprecedented, nearly impossible to plan for. He's under our control now, but once he discovers what's happening...
I think he's slightly aware.
Good.
Sarazo was wearing some armor. Coral's very smart.
Shapistel looks to Zarina. And Zarina says,
he was also inciting me, and obviously I am not a good liar.
it's true, he's awful at it.
Thank you.
Love you. Well, and my computer is just about to die. There we go. Oh, Bluminek. It only charges when it's in a very specific position.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh my god. Go. Okay, stay.
Stay.
No! Okay. Yes.
Tape it into position.
Yes. I don't know what position it is yet, but anyway. So, Shapistel says, all right, well, if we believe he already has an idea, then we have even less time to prepare. But this is my suggestion. We could take him out of the palace altogether. I think that is safest. Is it possible to transport him? And Serena says, it is. I can do this. It might be worth me going ahead to wherever we choose just to make sure that it is defensible. And Shapistel says, that is fine with me. Although be safe out there. It's blisteringly cold for someone who's unventured. And Serena just says, I'll be fine.
Where are we going?
Final polar ring.
Yikes.
Could be a good move.
Should I go ahead with Serena? Just...
Yes. If you're volunteering, best not to send anybody alone.
That wherever we end up taking him, if we want to neutralize any magic he has, I only have one shot at that spell.
Zarina says, it's going to be unlikely that any understanding of magic that we have will have an effect on magic we know should not exist. But I think it's probably a good idea to stick close to you as much as we can. Though not too close in case he discovers something is up. Within dashing distance was probably a good idea.
Can't let him hit Slio.
We cannot. We won't. At which point Noran says, I also have the power to stop us from getting hit. So if we do need a backup plan. Shapistel says, this area of map here, and she points to a not too far from the Ice Palace. You imagine within a day's travel, easily, considering you're all magic users, pretty much. Where the coastline cuts in sharply, and you notice it just about matches up with the final polar ring. It's a place where you know that the blizzards pause. The clouds are dense, but there is no storm. At least not this time of year. A barren land. A stone's throw from the Ice Palace, but so different. She says there's an ice plateau here, which we can utilize to our advantage. Plenty of water to our left, so if he tries to use fire on us or something like that, we can redirect it to the sea, hopefully. No adverse winds to work against our strikes. If we need to escape via air, we shouldn't be buffeted around too much. And it's far enough from the Ice Palace that hopefully no harm will come, but it's close enough that if something does happen, there will be clear signs. It's the best we can do on 24 hours notice.
It might be worth if I go ahead before we take rule there, and set up forbiddance, because that will hopefully stop any planar magic, just as an added warding.
That's really good.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Sharpest or nods. That's I like the sound of that.
We also need somewhere to like throw the body when we're done.
Roll me says.
A meat grinder.
Roll me says I can prepare the body using my healing magics. That is what I will be there for. Take it.
We don't need to heal it. We just need to dismember and throw it down a glacial crack and then seal the crack.
Ulster?
Yes.
I like your train of thought. But when I say healing magics, there are magics which can prevent something from coming undead.
That is true. I'm sorry. I was overeager in my dismembering.
Indeed. All right, then. And Romy looks to the Sealy Court. We had thought, considering you are foreign nationals on our plane, it might be tricky if you all died down here. So, perhaps you would be amicable to staying here to defend the Ice Palace if something go wrong. And you, amongst these Fae, are a fair few who seem very rattled by the events of the last 72 hours, having been thrown around from Viserys to Titania's court, back to Viserys through a coup, and then to the Maasai. And no less than half, Pasha, Nifnoel included, just kind of like blindly nod. Of course.
She's like, I want to see the dismembering.
You got there before I did. However, yes, Shay huffs. Half the reason I came here was promise of execution. And Rolmy is just like, I don't know what to tell you. Are you okay? He looks to Zarina, and Zarina's like, this is fine. Just let him live.
I think we have a therapist on hand somewhere in the palace. Maybe.
I don't need therapy. I'm perfectly fine.
I think you need therapy. I know I need therapy. It's okay to ask for help.
Well, the therapist... No, I shouldn't finish that sentence. Can I please see the execution? From a distance? Can you have a pair of binoculars?
How about I draw you a picture of it?
How good are you at drawing?
Very.
How detailed?
Also goes in his backpack and like starts
Can I-
pulling out drawings.
He flips through your sketchbook. They flip through your sketchbook. Could I commission you for some full-sized oil paintings of the events?
We can discuss that upon my return.
But this is really a once in a lifetime.
I will give you a preliminary sketch, no charge.
That's
If
bad
you do
business, but all right.
I know. I don't
Shay
understand
says,
money.
I'll find something to do here, I suppose. Kev. I just thought of like Shay like following Kev around waiting for him to like slip.
God.
This one is a lot more fairy than the others, so you can understand maybe a bit better their situation. Anyway, so Shay's problems aside, Bluey, what would you like to say?
He kinda
Not to knock the idea of like oral commission painting, because that sounds very cool. But maybe in the meantime, a more immediate thing could be looking into one of our minds, seeing the events.
Bluey, you can't control what Shay's gonna see if they start poking around in there.
Also, that is against my morals.
It was a nice gesture, but it's
Thank
a
you,
very
though.
invasive spell.
And it truly is, and it would be a really, it would be a breach of privacy beyond
mean,
what I'm comfortable with. I'm happy to see your insides. I just don't want to know your inner thoughts.
Interesting morals. Great.
Okay.
When you come from a world where someone's inner thoughts are available to you like that, you kind of learn to develop a mutual respect for everyone.
Well, technically, seeing people's insides is also available like that, but we just have, boundaries of not slashing them open.
I wouldn't do it without asking.
Well, see, that's where our moral compass okay. Also realizes his parents still there. And it's like,
So,
I mean, I'll just have you all know, I'm happy to share pretty much anything happening in my mind. I have no shame.
thanks, Louis.
The book comes and I must speak it. No.
Sharpist and Romy look horrified. Zarina is smiling like, this is fun. And Sharpistol says, right, to get fully back on track, this is the plan.
Mm-hmm.
You are all coming with us. Myself. Roll me. Zarina. She nods in Zarina's direction. Leander. She asks it more as a question. And Zarina says, I think he could be of use, yes.
My husband could be of use, but I'm not sure.
She said, he could be of use, but he did express to me that he would not want to leave the Ice Palace unattended without a Dehane. So I suppose it's down to whether you want him there. Looks to the rest of the group.
He has a point about it not being attended, and I guess Saraza doesn't want to miss the execution.
Serena says, I think he's earned that much.
Karul did disintegrate him.
Ouch.
It was horrifying.
Shay sighs.
There was no blood.
Oh.
It was like dust.
Less fun. More dirty. So. Oh wow, George, your camera is
Or yeah.
horrifying. Oh my god, that's Eldritch.
Sorry.
No, I love it.
It's
Full
like a
Magnus
giant bug
archive.
on your face.
Is that less scary? Oh, there we go. There we go. There was a moment where it was just like a white dot with like a strange shape, and I was like. Anyway.
Not that I've seen the ring, but it looks like something out of it. I don't know. Just a second.
Sharpistol says they will stay in the ice palace. We will go to this plateau on the final polar ring. Some of us will go ahead, looking to Neff, looking to Cass.
Wait, have I been here this whole time?
Yeah.
I thought I was looking after Valis.
Yeah.
For some reason.
You contributed to the conversation, so I assumed you were.
Sorellas is looking up to Valis, aren't they?
I thought I was with Sorellas and... Wait, did I contribute?
I think
so
you
here's
were,
the thing,
but I think
you were,
when-
but then you contributed to the conversation, so I assumed.
Wait,
you
what did I
just wanted
say?
to-
Did I say
You said I can go with Serena. I assume that was in
No, that's
character.
what Slya said.
That's not... I didn't say anything.
I'm so sorry.
I've been
I got
muted
my
the
wires
entire time
crossed.
because I was thinking like I was
Apologies.
waiting to
Rather than
arrive.
looking at Neff, sorry, I apologize.
Is Neff not here though? Because like
Not yet.
But I think because Arena sent a message.
Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
I thought everyone was here.
Yeah, so I suppose it's up to Neff whether she listens.
Maybe
to the
Neff would have
message
just arrived
or
at
she
this
stays
point
about
then.
it.
Okay. Hello, Neff.
Hello. It took me a while to find this place. Sorry.
It's
You
fine,
just
we're
need
almost
to-
finished.
That's all you need to do.
Escort, Sharpistol says.
Give him his final rites.
Me?
Right then, I believe we have established an order.
An order.
Those of us who will remain in the castle, set up whatever you can to fortify. Maybe gather everybody into one location, or spread them out, whatever you feel is the right call at the time. You three, go ahead. Let's establish a signal. Do any of you know how to do sending spells?
I don't.
Which three is she talking to?
The three who volunteered to go ahead. Serena, Cass, Slya.
Oh, Slya, yeah.
Okay.
Cool. Send a signal when you're ready.
Are you guys going? Because with them, I assume with Zarina and Slya, they were going with Karul. Do we want to set up the forbiddance before Karul gets there?
No, Serena would be going ahead.
So I think what's going on is that they're asking for, once Cass is set up her forbiddance, once Serena's set up her stuff.
Okay, cool. Right, so we're going before that to set it all up.
that they're
Got it.
ready.
Sounds
Yep.
good.
For sure. Sharpistol looks to you, Ulster, and she says, "Do you have any recommendations about how we could proceed?"
To transport Karul?
What's on your mind?
To transport Karul?
You can tell she just means in general. She's trying to
Oh.
include you in this, considering your position. That much you know.
I am going to eat him.
Good.
I've decided it's the best way, without using magic, to dispose of him in a horrific manner.
Droll says, "I can skin the bits which he's not eating while he's still alive."
Yeah. See, we're going to work really well together.
Shay is
Everyone's just like,
basically-
what did Karul do to these men?
We will discuss the commission, yes.
Yeah. I'll give you a POV one.
Wonderful.
You got a bit of just wipe.
Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Noseflute, oops. Drool, oops. So, as you guys plan, Sharp Pistol looks over the sort of like plans you've drawn up. And she says, as for the sentencing, which I suppose is just a honorary thing by this point, we will go to the cell. Let him know. Transport him. Once that is done. We waste no time.
He said that the longer we have his soul, the higher the price will be. So
Then we waste no time.
yeah.
Before we continue, is there anything we need to know? Anything you've not revealed to us? She's telling the whole group.
Not that I can think of. Oh, actually, I've just remembered something from the last game, which I'd completely forgotten about. Cass still has his hourglass.
Oh,
I think Cass needs to do some investigation on that and figure out what that's about.
turn the hourglass, but your time is running out.
Okay. All right. As you kind of pull that out, Zarina looks at it just kind of like a little bit uneasily, and she says, that thing is tethered to magic. We can't put it in a pocket dimension, we know that much. But I'm worried that wherever we leave it will end up disrupted in some way.
Would we prefer to destroy it?
I don't know.
Because I think I know somebody that could be good at doing that.
We could just chuck it into the void as well. Also whispers to Cass.
Do you know someone who could destroy it in this castle? Who?
We can call them.
Yeah, we'll send them
Bring
a
them here.
message.
They're
I
not,
would see them for myself before.
they really don't do conversations.
Zarina says, I think I understand her though. There are situations which would sometimes call for a magic which can only be cast by knowing the person's face or name in case something goes wrong.
It's less a magic, more a creature effect, as in destruction via that.
There is a creature in this castle? In the palace?
No, we can call a friend of ours who happens. You know how I love making friends with yes. We have a friend who we can call who could try and destroy the hourglass. But they're very
are
shy
here?
and they don't like talking.
Alright, then we will greet them and say
we
goodbye.
can call them.
Right. Do you not want us to meet this person? Is that the case?
They're just a bit shy.
Maybe not everyone here.
Yeah.
Alright. Zarina says, I would quite like to, just considering that I have immense magical power.
Okay,
Could be helpful.
we'll do it very quickly then. Slia, would you mind calling? You know who?
Well, they're currently looking after someone else.
They
Her
could
eyes
just,
kind of
they
look
could
over
just,
to.
they could just pop their head out and say hi and then go away.
Should we just bring She kind of gestures like.
Zarina is like, what is happening?
Um,
Zarina says, do you know what? I can tell something is going on here, and it's hurting my brain. So, when you decide to destroy the thing, just let us know. I will supervise, and if I must, I will just look down like this. Okay?
Should we do that? I don't think we have much time before Crawl starts, you know.
Yeah, I think it needs to be sooner rather than later.
Right then, let's get this ball rolling, shall we? Everybody to your positions! Sharpest still glares at her.
Should we leave the hourglass here though? Like,
with
Oh,
maybe.
what did you say? Sorry, Helen.
Oh, yeah. Slay was just agreeing with Brian.
maybe give it to Leander.
About leaving it here.
Mm.
Are we not destroying it?
We
now?
really. I don't think we have time. Crawl's threat sounded like he was
Power.
Yeah. When we get back.
Okay, cool. Leander, catch though. Cass does not throw it.
Leander's not there. Throws it at a wall.
Go long!
See if this will destroy it.
Yeah. I guess Leander's the only one with the power to look after it. So.
I have the power, and you also have an ancient dragon in your midst.
Yes, but you know we haven't really got time to brief
Did not bring it.
True.
Yeah.
True. All right. So you intend to hand the thing over to Leander. All right.
Yeah.
Considering we're getting into showdown mode, I'm going to say one more thing, and then we will wrap the game up here. So, Sharp Pistol gives Zarina a glare, which quickly softens as she realizes this is probably just how Dehanes are. And she looks to you, Ulster, for a moment, just like, you chose them?
Yes, I love
We'll
very
choose-
much. He wraps his arms around Duran.
Loran wraps him back. She says, and we choose them too. Don't we, Romy? And Romy just, you called me Romy in front of everyone. Okay.
He promised not to do that.
He called me
Romy
Romy in
No.
public.
She hated it.
So, Sharp Pistol and Romy just kind of look over the scene as Zarina just leans her elbows against the ice and she says, are we ready to do this? Because I'm getting quite
Hell.
impatient with him. I like your enthusiasm, Cass. Looks to each of you individually, just trying to assess how you're feeling. Neff, what's your reaction as you realise this is about to go down?
Steadfast.
Steadfast. She gives you a nod. Bluey? Appropriate. Slya?
Ready to see Karul go down.
Hell yeah, she gives you a smile and a thumbs up. Cass?
Really excited.
She mimes like chopping off feet and is like,
I'm so excited.
Yeah.
next to you, Ulster.
Just can't hide.
Ready to maul Cruel.
And she looks over to Loran, who just smiles. And then Jaral, who Ulster, Slya, as he's kind of like shifted between the two of you, you just feel that he's making sure to keep a small connection just to either of you at once. And Romy stands up to his full height, which, although he is short, seems impressively tall from this end of the table.
He tries.
And he just... and he says, well then I think we are all in agreement. Nothing more needs to be done. Cruel Malal. Do we sentence him to die?
Chop, chop.
And that is where we will end the session.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh my god, okay. Alright. Oh, it's come to this.
Let's come to this. Thomas, do you want to do your thing? Because I noticed in the chat that you needed to do a little thing.
I already did everything I needed to do.
Amazing. All right, so thank you everybody who watched, and thank you guys for playing. We'll be back at the same time next week, and
Sure,
we will be killing off, hopefully, the big bad. I'm pretty sure we'll do it.
the biggest,
All
the baddest.
Loran's and Jarrell's storylines. So, and pretty much everybody else's by this point as well. Although, does this in Alan, in Jibakari, in the Sisterhood, in everyone who lives in the Tears, and Melas under Carmen Trand and Tiamat. Oops. Got some threads. So, thank you everybody.
So many threads.
See you next time. See you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Ah.
Well, I'm gonna